Good evening. Welcome to our June 16th, 2020 school board meeting. We are very happy to be having you join us via Zoom. I would like to announce that we've also got the public joining us on Zoom tonight. So I will call the meeting to order and I will establish a quorum. Please say here if you are here. Mr. Hunt? Mr.
Here,
Hunt?
Mrs. Alabi.
Thank you. Mr. Lee?
I'm here.
Thank you. Ms. Locke Dawson?
Here.
Thank you. Dr. Farouk?
Here.
Thank you. So that is a quorum and we are all present. Good afternoon and welcome. If you would like to view this meeting in Spanish, please follow the link listed below. The board will continue respecting orders from the Governor of California, the Health Officer of the County of Riverside, and guidelines of the Centers for Disease Control related to maintaining public health and safety at this time. Consistent with these orders and guidelines, this meeting will be held online only, and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The board encourages members of the public to join the meeting electronically. In order to submit your public comments, please refer to the link at the bottom of the screen, which will give you step-by-step instructions about your options for public comment submission. Comments will be accepted until the specific item of business to be transacted or discussed by the board is considered. I would like to introduce at this time Assistant Superintendent Sergio San Martin to provide this message in Spanish.
Thank you, President Alabi. Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta de Educación del 16 de junio del 2020. Si gustan ver esta reunión en español, sigan el enlace de abajo en la descripción. La Junta respetará las recientes órdenes del Gobernador de California, el Oficial de Salud del Condado de Riverside y las órdenes del Centro de Control de Enfermedades. Esto es en relación con el mantenimiento de la salud y la seguridad pública. De acuerdo con estas órdenes y guías, esta reunión se llevará a cabo solamente en transmisión en línea y no habrá un lugar físico de reunión abierta al público. Les recomendamos a los miembros del público que se una a la reunión electrónicamente. Para presentar sus comentarios públicos, sigan el enlace en la parte de abajo de la pantalla. Se aceptarán los comentarios públicos durante la junta. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Ms. Albi.
Thank you. And now we will have public participation on closed session matters. Have there been any requests submitted for public comment on closed session items?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Alavi. There are no public comments for any items on closed session.
Thank you. So we're now going to leave this Zoom meeting and we're going to do a closed session Google Hangout, but we will be back for our open meeting at 5:30, and I invite you to join us at that time. Thank you. Oh dear.
We're here with Nutrition Services, where we are proud to announce that we've served 1 million meals since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. As we continue to feed our students during the summer, we want to reassure you that our students' safety and quality of food is our priority. The Summer Feeds program began June 1st, 2020, and will run through July 31st, 2020. Grab-and-go meals are available at all 15 of our grab-and-go locations. As we begin to move forward, Nutrition Services is honored to receive the Share Your Strengths grant from the No Kid Hungry campaign. This will allow for different forms of transportation to our food and our families during the pandemic. We've also partnered with the USDA's Farmers to Family Food Box program to provide family-sized boxes of fresh produce to local food banks, community organizations, other nonprofits, and our RUSD families. We are in this together and would like to remind families that you can apply or reapply for next school year's meal program beginning July 1st, 2020. For more information, please visit riversideunified.org.
Is an amazing school counselor. She is an extraordinary human being. She genuinely cares about her students, the staff, the parents. She has an energy and a positivity that radiates throughout the campus. She has a positivity where students gravitate towards her.
Miller has its own unique gravity that is focused by a caring spirit. Erin embodies that spirit and happens to be a very bright spot in that caring capacity for our students.
Ms. Tapoloni is caring and kind, and she gives me the confidence to be me every day and to come to school and work hard. I wouldn't want anyone else to win this award.
The relationship that she has and builds with her students is unlike any I've ever seen. She's also a catalyst for aligning our school counseling program to the Ask a National model so that we can better serve our students.
She's just like really nice to us all, and she helps us when we need it.
The work that she does is invaluable across the whole campus, working with individual students, their parents, our staff, to bring wellness, an opportunity for kids to learn and grow in their ability academically and also in their caring for other people as well.
She's helped a lot of kids, especially me and some of my other friends. And by the end of it, we all had enough confidence to do what we wanted to do. Congratulations, Mrs. Tavoloni. Thank you for helping us.
Congratulations, Ms. Tavoloni.
Congratulations. I can't think of anybody more deserving, partner.
Aaron Tavoloni, congratulations to you. We are immensely proud of you and the service that you bring to our school, our students, our parents. Thank you for your service and your effort to help others thrive. We appreciate you.
The thing about Teresa Clark Skaggs that impresses me the most is her kid-centered attitude. She's a phenomenal classroom aide in our special ed department, and she's also just a true presence on campus. The kids know who she is. When she walks through the hallways, all of them are saying hi to her, not just the students that she works with in class.
Teresa worked in my class as a special ed assistant in my reading intervention class and my language arts class as well. I really enjoyed working with Teresa. I nicknamed her the taskmaster because you could give her anything and she would get the job done. If kids needed help, I wouldn't have to tell her. If we had any technology problems, she was right there trying to troubleshoot.
She was absolutely awesome. If any of the special ed teachers needed her, she immediately jumped in to help them. She was also very good at de-escalating some of the kids.
I don't think I've ever met someone who has the capacity to take care of kids and nurture kids quite the same way she does.
She also held extra tutoring time, so if the kids wanted to come in for help, she was available at lunch. She was always willing to help.
The other thing that makes her outstanding is that she is not just here for the kids, she's also here for the staff. If we needed anything, she was the first one to volunteer.
Terry always goes above and beyond to support students and staff. We're so happy for her. She's so deserving of this.
Any school site that would have her would find her to be an incredible asset. We were very lucky she was with us at Earhart.
Teresa, we are so proud of you. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Terry.
Congratulations, Miss Skaggs.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Miss Skaggs.
Congratulations, Miss Skaggs.
Great job, Teresa. I'm so proud of you. You definitely deserve it.
As we enter into the first few weeks of school, we are encouraging all households to apply and reapply for the meal program.
I think the food here is an upgrade.
Teriyaki chicken, chow mein, rice, and it's always good food.
It's good. It's actually real food. They cook it fresh.
We come in every morning and we bake our cookies fresh.
It's always really good.
Food here is a huge step up.
I think it's good.
It's pretty good.
My favorite thing to eat is a cheeseburger. Cheeseburger.
I had a burger, it was really good.
I got pizza.
Our pizzas are baked in the oven. We have pepperoni and cheese. We get fresh produce delivered twice a week. Strawberries, peaches, apples, oranges, plums, pears.
My favorite lunch is the daily specials where they have the chicken tenders.
I like the lasagna.
You just got a lot of things here.
You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. Remember, the 30-day grace period ends September 23rd, 2019, so apply as soon as possible.
Sandy Perry, congratulations. I am so happy for you, and you are so deserving to be recognized for all of your hard work, not only for our district, but our entire community.
We are not surprised that Sandy is being honored with this award. In RUSD, we do a lot of work with our strengths. So I thought I might best describe Sandy to you by sharing her top 5 strengths. Positivity, which is described as contagious enthusiasm. Woo, which is somebody who is always making connections with other people. Connectedness is described as the belief that all things are connected and have meaning. Developer, which is described as someone who cultivates the potential in others. And lastly, she's an achiever, and that is someone who takes satisfaction in being productive. Sandy is not only extremely efficient at her job, she is the greatest kind of people person there is. She is a joy to work with, and she always makes you feel like she cares.
Overall, Sandy is amazing at everything that she does. She does everything with excellence. Sandy is positive, she is honest, she is dedicated, she is an encourager, she is detailed, and she is so passionate about the well-being of our team and our students here in RUSD.
Congratulations, Sandy, on this honor.
Congratulations, Sandy.
You're one of the most genuine, caring, kind, and humble people I've ever had the privilege to work with. I am so proud of you and honored to be your friend. Congratulations, you have made such a difference in so many lives, from the school site to the Make-A-Wish Foundation to our school district, and everything that you do. Just thank you.
As we approach the cutoff for the 30-day grace period, we are encouraging all households to apply and reapply for the meal program. Riverside Unified partners with over 20 local farmers. They deliver fresh produce to our central kitchen.
Here at the Central Kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in. We have multiple farmers that we use within Riverside. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. So we also get lettuce, grapes, fresh strawberries from farmers that are local, melons, peaches, nectarines.
I work for our RUSD as the Food Hub Coordinator. I work with local farmers and helping them decide what to grow for the district and what varieties of produce and when we need it.
We introduced the Farm to School program in 2005 to try to teach our students lifelong healthy eating habits.
It is easy and quick to apply online by visiting riversideunified.org and apply online through the meal program application.
Gina is one of the managers within our department here in personnel who works with all of the credentialing for all of our teachers and administrators throughout the entire district. She's so deserving of this award. She is an amazing employee who puts 110% effort every single day. She's very compassionate. She's very knowledgeable. She's a learner and never stops learning herself. And she adds so much value to our department and is very deserving of the award.
Gina is incredibly skilled. She has tremendous knowledge. Her expertise is just off the charts. I know she's dedicated. I know she loves what she does, and I know she loves who she works with.
Gina's a great person to work with. She's very patient. She always has a smile. It doesn't matter what she's going through. You know, she always has her door open. I can come in, ask her anything, and she answers all my questions.
She's always willing to help. If I need her guidance for something, or if the department as a whole needs her assistance, she's always very pleasant, very kind, and completes the request from start to finish, making sure that we have what we need.
Gina deserves that recognition primarily because of how thorough she is with the work that she does. She is extremely knowledgeable, and her skills in regards to assisting all certificated staff members with their credentials is impressive.
Congratulations, Gina. This is well-deserved.
Thank you, Gina, for all the support you give us every day. You deserve it. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Gina. Well-deserved.
Thank you, Gina, for all your hard work and dedication to our department. We appreciate you every single day and everything you do for our RUSD and our students and our teachers and our staff. You are amazing.
For our students is to provide them with a nutritious meal, authentic foods that they will enjoy all year long.
I'm hoping all the effort that we put into our meals are enjoyed by the students.
Can I get the orange chicken?
Chicken sandwich, teriyaki rice,
Chicken chow mein. Can I get some nachos? Nachos. I'm gonna get everything on them.
cheeseburger, chicken sandwich, spicy chicken sandwich, pizza, beanie cheese burrito. I had tacos today with beef.
We get fresh produce delivered twice a week that we use on our salads and our tacos. We have a vegetarian wrap with no meat.
We serve tortas and burritos, chicken chili verde. We have our barbecue served every day with hamburgers, hot dogs, and crispy chicken sandwiches.
So good, yummy.
You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. The 30-day grace period ends September 23rd, 2019, so apply as soon as possible.
Joe's very kind, loving, works well with his families. He has built a collaborative team.
He is a great leader. I am proud to be part of your team, Mr. Nieto.
He's open. He's got a great open door policy. He's very accommodating to us, and he listens to us in our needs.
He always finds ways of overcoming barriers and obstacles so he can find the best services and supports available for the kids and families in his school district.
Mr. Nieto is a very nice person. He's very helpful with the people and the kid, especially with the parent. He did Dad University every day.
Joe helped me a lot with my family. My kids really enjoyed with all the activities that we did through Dad University, which helped us spend quality time together. Joe really deserved this award because he has great leadership skills and are knowledgeable in the program that he's organizing.
Every time that there's a resource, event, or health fair, he is there to ensure that he gets the resources for the families. He always goes above and beyond for their families. I've met with Joe Nieto at different school sites, after school or before school, to ensure the patients, parents, and families get the resources that they need.
Every week we go do a little activity with the kid in the field, in the classroom. He provides some information and he brings some special people to provide us more information how you deal with the kid, how you help them out with the school and everything else.
He is great at problem solving and listening to all stakeholders, getting their input, and coming to a resolution that is best for students and families and our staff.
He respects us in the work that we do for the program.
He's a very active person and very helpful. I mean, thanks God we met him and we become friends.
Joe is a partner who consistently focuses his time and energy on finding the best ways to support the youngest children in the Riverside Unified School District. He is a good human with a good heart who absolutely deserves the Certificated Administrator of the Year award.
Overall, Joe is a wonderful person. He really cares about others, family, friends, and the community.
He deserves to be the Administrator of the Year.
He's one of the best bosses I've had, and he deserves the award because he puts everything into his work, and he loves it here.
I tell him, hey, it's very good. Keep going like this, and then you reach your goal. And thanks.
Joe, I am so proud of you. Your work is a tremendous asset to our district. You garner the respect of all who work with you, and we are grateful for all the contributions you make.
I don't think there's anybody better deserving than it. Congratulations, Mr. Nieto.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Joe.
Congratulations, Joe, for receiving this award. Thank you, and awesome.
Congratulations, Mr. Nieto. You're a great boss. You're always committed in making sure that we have the best program to our families.
He's an awesome boss. Congratulations, Mr. Nieto. Thank you for your dedication and your patience.
From all of us here in RUSD, many thanks.
At the central kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in from like fruits and vegetables. We have some oranges behind us that we are wedging. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. Some people ask when we package the food. So our fresh fruits and vegetables are packaged on the same day, every day. They're never done multiple days in the past, but they're done the day of. Our sandwiches are also done on the same day as well. So when we are doing the sandwiches on the after-school program, we make those sandwiches fresh day of.
I'm at one of our local farms. We purchase citrus, lettuce, tomatoes, pepper, avocado, pears, apples, cucumbers, and many, many more. In addition to purchasing from our farmers, we brought some activities for the kids to connect the cafeteria with our farms. We have gardening activities, classes in planting to encourage our students to eat nutritious meals.
It comes as no surprise that Judy Furman is RUSD's professional developer for the school year.
Judy is the early literacy guru. She is the smartest person in RUSD by far. We are grateful for your authenticity, creativity, and expertise in building the Gateway program for the students of RUSD. You are building a wonderful legacy to advance achievement for our most vulnerable learners.
Congratulations on your award. We are so lucky to have your skill and expertise in Riverside Unified.
She knows how to connect with teachers and connect with kids.
Her expertise and dedication has not only supported teachers across the district, but she has helped thousands of students through the curriculum that she has created and strategies that she has shared with our educators.
She gives people exactly what they need in a very respectful manner, and people feel very safe coming to her.
She can take theory and create practical instructional strategies that assist in closing the achievement gap. I have observed her engage with various learners in the classroom and train both elementary and secondary teachers. Each time, I leave knowing that another student has benefited from her belief that all learners can excel. She exemplifies what it means to be extraordinary.
I am so honored to call you a colleague and so honored to call you a friend. Congratulations, it's well deserved.
Congratulations, Judy. Your hard work and dedication make you very deserving of this honor.
Thank you, Judy, for helping all of us in our journey from going from good to great.
Reller deserves this award because he is beyond dedicated to the success of his students.
He's the most dedicated, positive person that I've ever met.
So you can just talk to him, he's really kind.
His two favorite lines are, "Kindness is the key to cool," and "Have a Gatorific day."
Please remember, kindness is the key to cool.
All of our announcements that he sends, phone calls home, it always ends with, "Have a Gatorific day."
And have a Gatorific day!
He's awesome.
Gary Reller is so beloved by his family and community. In fact, there was a quote I heard about him being the rock of our school.
He is the leader of our school, and it shows every single day when he's out in front of our school greeting parents.
He takes time out of his day to go and greet his kids, not only as they walk in the gates in the morning, but throughout the day as he circulates during lunch and in the classrooms.
He greets everybody with a smile. He has the best intentions. He wants the best for our students, and I think that is the purest form of a leader.
Gary Reller also practices shared leadership, in which he involves his teachers and his staff in decision-making on his campus, and he authentically focuses on the things that are necessary for success for his kids.
He supports leaders on campus, and I feel empowered to have a say or a voice to help shape policy and procedures.
Gary Reller is so positive, he's very polished, and he's just very focused on what he's doing and doing it well. So pretty much a role model for all of us.
It is a lot of fun working with Mr. Reller. His sense of humor, his work ethic, his energy, it inspires me to work harder too.
I've had a great experience being the PTA president. He's been super welcoming and always supportive of everything we want to do to help the kids.
Mr. Reller is the most engaging principal I've ever met, not only from leading his staff, but with interacting with the kids because he truly cares.
The kids and the parents in the community find him readily available.
He's a fun principal, and he's a principal that you can go to and talk to anytime.
He is always very active in what the students are doing. He's always out here at lunch talking to the students. He always has a smile on his face. He's always so happy and positive.
Just really fun. He's just a great person.
Gary is one of those principals that is always there. You'll see him at almost every single activity, whether it be History Day, Science Olympiad, basketball tournaments, volleyball tournaments, track and field meets.
Whenever there's events that students are taking part of, such as sports games and different events for like dance and color guard, he's always there to support us, and no matter what time of day it is, he'll be there on the spot.
He always wants to be involved in everything. He's just so supportive to us. I can't think of anyone else who deserves it more.
I can tell you he's done a lot for this school. If you notice, our front of our school has been a major improvement. He spearheaded that so that we can have this entrance and the mural behind us so that our school would stand out a little more.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller. You're an awesome principal. Thank you for taking part in being a part of our school life.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller. I'm really proud of you.
Congratulations, Mr. Reller. Congratulations, Mr. Reller.
Congratulations, Gary. Well deserved.
I met Teresa when I came to Woodcrest Elementary as principal 4 years ago. She was then and still is the reading intervention teacher for our students with the greatest need.
She was probably one of the first people who welcomed me into the Woodcrest community. She is the friendliest person you ever met. She cares deeply about people.
Teresa is a leader on our campus. She's a motivator, and she's encouraging to every person who walks through Woodcrest doors.
She just has a personality that draws you into relationship with her.
I was instantly drawn to her huge smile and her positive attitude. Her energy and her positivity is so infectious. It just brings a smile to everyone that she encounters.
Teresa has supported our entire staff with her insightful data analysis, her focus on the positive in every situation, and her love for our most challenging students.
She currently works with my son at Woodcrest Elementary School. However, prior to her work with my son, I heard about her through other parents, and they all had nothing but nice things to say about her and what she's done for their children and the success they've had.
When we met Mrs. Anderson, she was just a breath of fresh air for us in the first and second grade. I actually volunteered in the class for Bodie once a week, and I watched her class just light up every time she came into a room.
My son faced some challenges returning to school, but Mrs. Anderson found a way for him to overcome that. She gained his trust. He felt very comfortable working with her and started to open up. She provided the necessary tools, working one-on-one with him, being patient. We have seen a significant improvement on his learning abilities, and we owe it to Mrs. Anderson.
With our SST team, Teresa contacts each and every parent to create a relationship, build that rapport, and helps our students to academically become on grade level, to push themselves harder.
Miss Anderson had a very positive impact on my life. She always pushed me to be the best I could, and she always believed in me.
When Bodie was 3, he was diagnosed with leukemia, and so Bodie never went to preschool. When he got to Woodcrest Elementary, kindergarten was a challenge. Not only was he coming out of the cancer treatments, but he was also a very young kindergartner. 9 years later, he's 14, and she still plays a very active role in his life. She is his tutor in high school. She was his tutor in middle school, and he actually received honor roll for the first time in 7th and 8th grade.
Teresa tutors kids after school, multiple days over the week, and not just kids that are enrolled in her program, but kids that are on campus that are needing extra help.
She invites them into her classroom after school. She also allows them to come into the classroom during her recess time, especially those students who don't feel comfortable out on the playground. She wants to create a safe space for them to come.
She loves our most challenging students, and she lets them know that she is on their side even if nobody else is.
I believe she deserves this award because she is amazing. She is the kind of teacher that you want your child to be loved by, cared for, mentored by.
She goes above and beyond for her students. She is what all of us parents dream of a teacher to be.
She also has a reading club on Tuesdays where she allows students to come in and read with her and read together and discuss books together.
Even now in our distance learning, I've seen her go above and beyond what her position calls for. She is reading to students. She's encouraging students.
Thank you for going over and beyond the call of teacher duty, because she also reads my daughter a book on Google Meets out of her own free will, and I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart.
Teresa definitely deserves this award. She is a person who doesn't just say she loves students, she backs that with her actions. Every morning she's out there greeting students, welcoming them into the school, and they look forward to seeing her.
Every morning, Teresa is out in front of the school, greeting kids, welcoming them with a smile, with music, with an encouraging quote.
She's always looking for ways to support her colleagues, the students' families, our entire community. She does a lot of community outreach.
She pushes me to be a better teacher. She pushes me to love students even more than I already do.
She is such a positive influence on all students and staff, and she really does make Woodcrest a better place.
She is just such a kind and caring person, and she does that not just for her friends, but for everyone on campus. She is a noticer. She notices when students need to be loved. She notices when staff needs to be loved, and she does it because of the goodness of her own heart.
She has that enthusiasm, she has that love, she has that passion for these kids, and it shows, and it makes them want to learn.
I think Mrs. Anderson deserves this award because she makes everybody feel special, and she drives all of her students to be the best, and she makes everyone feel like they can succeed in life.
I can't think of anybody else that deserves this award more than Mrs. Anderson, because I see what she's done through my son, and I can see it through what she's done through other children.
Dear Miss Anderson, I have many reasons to thank you, so I have to write them down so I don't forget. I was scared to return to school after missing a year because of my injury. I knew my challenges, but when I worked with you, I was happy because I heard all the good things about you from my friends. You were right. They were right about you. You make me feel comfortable talking, sharing, and being myself. You helped me learn ways that helped me understand things better. I told my parents I wish you were my teacher all the time because I feel I can be myself. Miss Anderson, I want to thank you for getting me back on track, learning and liking school again. I also want to thank you for bringing back the old me to my friends, but especially my family. There aren't enough thank yous, but
congratulations on being the Elementary School Teacher of the Year. You deserve it.
We love you, we're proud of you, and we're blessed beyond measure to have you in our lives.
Congratulations, Miss Anderson.
Congratulations, Teresa.
Congratulations. I'm so thankful that I know you.
I am so thankful for you. I feel very blessed to have been able to work with you, and I truly believe that you deserve this award.
Teresa, congratulations on earning the Teacher of the Year award. We are behind you, we support you, we appreciate all that you do.
Ms. Brown deserves to be the Riverside Unified School District Teacher of the Year because of the positive impact that she has on our students and our staff and everyone across the board.
If there's one thing Kisa has that stands out above all the many other qualities that we know a good teacher should have or must have, are her bonds and relationships that she forms with her students when they walk on campus.
She builds on a strong rapport with learners as she teaches a rigorous academics and builds on positive character traits.
Students who leave University Heights Middle School, go on to high school and go on to college, they always come back to uni and they come and see Miss Brown.
Every year we have a number of students who come through the front office because they need to talk to Ms. Brown about where they're going to college, or they need to talk to her about what they accomplished when they're in college. She's been a huge part of so many students' journeys, influencing them in the most positive manner possible.
Growing up with older siblings, I already knew so many of the teachers that they liked, they didn't like, and one of them in particular was Miss Brown. And she was such a big impact on everybody, and I really wanted her, so I joined Abbott, which was her profession, and I finally got to have her 8th grade, and it was such an amazing experience.
Ms. Brown has done a lot for me. She's given me great opportunities
and has given me more confidence.
She's taught me to keep my goals in check, to stay focused, and that right now you have to look at the bigger picture.
Miss Brown has shown me the importance of college and how it will affect the rest of my life. She has taught me that these years of my life are very important to where I will end up in life and what kind of college I will be accepted to.
Miss Brown has taught both my children the importance of note-taking and organizational skills to prepare them for college.
Miss Brown also helped refine my leadership skills and helped me grow as a person.
She is kind, she is caring, she helps students who are struggling academically, and she encourages students to invest in themselves and their future by cultivating a work ethic and pride necessary to be successful.
She taught me how to be more organized and how to deal with life beyond high school.
She has taught me how to keep going for my goals and never to give up.
Miss Brown always taught me to finish my assignments, help me with all my grades, and made sure everything was done.
She's really helped me keep up my grades.
She builds excellent relationships with parents. She's an outstanding educator both on our campus and throughout the district.
13 years, we've seen a lot of kids go through her school, through her classes, and they've been awesome. She's helped them in many ways.
Over the past 14 years, Miss Brown has taught 3 of my children, 2 which have graduated from college now.
Mrs. Brown has been a great mentor to all 4 of my children. Mrs. Brown is more than a teacher. She's part of our family.
Ms. Brown has not only been a teacher from my past, but a mentor and a role model. She has guided me through school and life. She has been there for me through a numerous amount of events, and I can only be grateful for her staying in my life.
The kids would bring stuff home with them to help us to become better parents. And Ms. Brown has always been awesome. You can't take that away from her.
When I think of Kisa, I think of the words again of Rita Pearson when she said, "Every kid deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them, and one who understands the power of connection and insists they become the best they can possibly be."
She's always trying to make her students better people, which is what she's done for me. She likes to make sure someone's okay, and she knows her students very well. She gets to know her students, so when something's wrong, she knows what's up.
When I first started, it was readily apparent that all of the staff and students on campus felt like she was a positive leader. She had excellent relationships.
Kisa has been an individual that is always willing to give support and words of encouragement to uplift myself and others.
She's a very positive person. Whenever a kid is sad in our class, she's always joking around to try and, help us.
She has always been there for them, giving them extra help when they need it, lifting their spirits.
She's always there to, keep you up whenever you're down.
She cares about a lot of other people, and she goes out of her way to be a better person and to make other people better people.
You can see the value of the relationships that she has nurtured as a teacher in the faces, and reflects in the faces of those students who come back and visit her.
Ms. Brown deserves this award because she's a very caring and determined teacher, and she cares about the well-being of the students.
Ms. Brown deserves this award because she has done so much for students and helped them in so many ways.
Kisa Brown's commitment to her students and her relationships that she builds even outside of the classroom are deserving enough.
I want to say thank you, Ms. Brown, for all you've done for my children and for all the children of University Heights Middle School.
I would thank her for getting me in check in 8th grade so I can grow and be a better person in the future.
Congratulations, Kisa. Job well done.
Congratulations, Kisa.
Congratulations, Ms. Brown.
Congratulations, Ms. Brown.
Congratulations, Ms. Brown.
Congratulations, Ms. Brown, for being named RUSD's Middle School Teacher of the Year.
From the Molina family to Ms. Brown. Congratulations. We love you.
There's no one I think is more deserving. We always stay in touch, and it's been such an amazing thing to keep such a great teacher, a great mentor around, because we all need one like her.
I want to say congratulations to Alexia Wilson for being named the High School Teacher of the Year for Riverside Unified School District. I can't think of anybody that is more deserving of this award than Alexia is. The impact she makes on our classroom, the work that she does with our students, it is absolutely amazing.
She is truly one of the most gifted teachers I've ever met.
I don't know if you understand how good of a teacher she really is.
She is not just knowledgeable, she's able to convey knowledge and enthusiasm and a love of learning to her students and to her colleagues, quite frankly.
Alexia has definitely taken me under her wing. She inspires me on a daily basis with her tireless efforts to perfect her craft.
Coming in, I really didn't know what I was doing or how to lesson plan appropriately or effectively, and she was a huge guiding factor in my early development as an educator.
I've worked with her as an English teacher. I've worked with her in the AVID program. I was the AVID coordinator and she was an AVID teacher. And I can tell you without a doubt, she is one of the most outstanding teachers I have ever had the pleasure to work with in any subject area that she's given.
Mrs. Wilson has done so much for me in terms of understanding and learning more about literature. She helps me with understanding the components necessary to write a poem, write an essay, and also just making literature more interesting with funny videos and funny writings about literature.
Miss Wilson has made me a much better writer, but she's also inspired me to just care about literature in general.
She had this magic of making even the simplest of texts feel like they matter to you, like you are directly impacted by them.
It doesn't seem like there is a wasted moment, and it seems like she really pours herself into thinking about what is she going to bring to these students, what is she going to offer them, rather than just, here's the curriculum, here's what I'm going to do.
It's a gift for her to be able to bring the content that she's teaching alive to her students.
I'm personally a STEM-oriented person, but she managed to help me find a love and appreciation for literature that I didn't know I had.
She made it to where there was never really a dull moment, even when we were just reading a book or writing, and it really made my days more interesting, to say the least.
It's just really cool to see that she has such a lasting importance in their life.
I always think of when I walk into her classroom, just how engaged students are and how excited she is to do the work that she does.
What I've heard from students is just how intense and how deep the conversations are in her class.
She has this power to make literature that could have been written hundreds of years ago feel deeply intimate, deeply personal, and most importantly, important to us.
She's generous with her time and her talent with her students, and not just her students, but really any student who needs help. She's not a teacher who says, those aren't my kids, they're not in my class. Any student at Poly High School is one of her students.
No matter what age the students are, they seem to have some sort of connection with her. I've had sophomore students, junior students, and senior students all rave about her.
I met Miss Wilson my sophomore year when I took her honors literature class, and I liked her so much that I decided that I wanted to have her as a teacher again.
You can really tell that she loves what she does, and her enthusiasm a lot of times rubs off on us.
When I started taking Miss Wilson's AP literature class, and I just saw her undeniable passion, her excitement, I realized that she was becoming the benchmark of what I wanted to be, of the way I wanted to teach.
Passion. That is really the word that jumps out for me. When we have conversations about students that are doing well, students that are struggling, you see the passion in her eyes. You see the desire to get everything she possibly can out of her students. And you see the care that she truly has for every one of her students.
Not only is she a wonderful literature teacher, she's also a kind, generous, and caring human being who cares about her students' mental health.
On a personal level, she was kind, caring, always had an open ear for any student that needed it.
She had great empathy and sympathy towards me and our whole class in general. I mean, It's very rare to find somebody that could empathize with teenagers because we're so all over the place our sophomore year.
She's the type of person who you can come to whenever to talk about what's bothering you or any of your problems, and she'll give you great advice. She's very approachable and caring.
Anytime I needed someone to talk to, she was there. And I know that I'm not alone in this.
It's obvious that she cares about not only her craft, but the students that she serves and the colleagues that she serves alongside with.
She's the first person to offer to help another teacher with a lesson plan, with watching a class, with really anything we need.
I've never heard her complain once. I've heard her be upset with things not working out the way that she planned and that she thought about, but she doesn't even, it's like a speed bump for her. She just keeps going and she just keeps really getting better at her craft.
She's the advisor for multiple clubs, which just goes to show how much she cares about her students' goals and passions.
She's a club advisor for multiple clubs. She's part of Philosophy and Ethics Bowl. It's astonishing to me how much she is able to give to our school.
She even decides to take her time off from lunch and her mornings to give us time to work on assignments or ask her questions.
She really puts in the effort for us.
She is a gift to Poly High School, and we are just beyond fortunate to have her working with us.
She truly does deserve this award.
She deserves this because of, well, everything that I've said and more. Miss Wilson, if you're watching this, congratulations. You deserve it along with all the amazing things in life. I am so happy for you, and I am so grateful to you.
Congratulations, Miss Wilson.
Congratulations, Alexia.
I really hope that she continues doing great things, and I just want to tell her, congratulations, Mrs. Wilson.
Alexia, I want to say congratulations. This is very deserving. You are a great English teacher, and we are so proud and happy that you are part of our family at Riverside Poly High School.
We have very special things to be distributed to all of our students today. In your sixth period, we will be distributing LA Clippers backpacks courtesy of Kawhi Leonard and the LA Clippers. There are backpacks for every student. Happy holidays from the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard.
Martin Luther King High School is very, very appreciative of the Clippers organization and for Kawhi Leonard himself for providing the backpacks for all of our students, not only here at campus, but also throughout the district, considering the fact that he did play for us for a couple of years. And it's a great gesture, and it very much shows his quality of character and commitment to our area.
Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers have donated and given us a backpack for every single student in the whole district. 41,000. I'm going to give you a backpack right now.
We would really like to thank Mr. Leonard. He's done an incredibly generous thing and helped the holidays of all of our RUSD students by giving them backpacks. It's an incredibly kind and thoughtful gesture on his part, and we are so grateful.
Thank you for just, bringing up your community that you grew up in, handing everybody out the backpack, because, some people really can't afford to get backpacks and such. I know that from experience, and having a free backpack definitely means a lot. Thank you.
We just wanted to say thank you so much to Kawhi. These backpacks are awesome. We love them.
Hey man, thanks for the free backpacks.
Thank you, Kawhi.
Thank you, Kawhi.
I'm glad you went to our school. It makes me really happy to know you walk the same hallways. Thank you, Kawhi. Bro, got the new heat, bro.
We love you, Kawhi.
like to express my deepest gratitude to the Los Angeles Clippers Foundation and two-time NBA World Champion Kawhi Leonard. We are especially proud of Mr. Kawhi Leonard for being a graduate of King High School at Riverside Unified School District. He is an inspiration to students throughout the world, and we know that his contributions and his character of what he does to help communities off the court is what makes him truly an inspiration for all of us. So thank you again, Kawhi Leonard and the Los Angeles Clippers Foundation.
¿Qué quieres hacer cuando estés grande? I want to be a veterinarian when I grow up.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Yo quiero ser un científico. When I grow up, I want to be a teacher.
If you're interested in your child being bilingual, the Dual Language Immersion Program gives the students the opportunity to learn in 2 languages. El programa de inmersión del lenguaje dual le da a los estudiantes la gran oportunidad de aprender 2 idiomas, en español y en inglés, para que puedan ser bilingües y puedan terminar ser estudiantes que puedan leer y escribir en los 2 idiomas también.
My children's first language is English. They actually learned Spanish in the DLI program, and then I just supported everything at home once they were involved in the program.
And Mommy was in Spanish class. Did you help Mommy?
Sí, pues mi mamá preguntó que ellos están en español clase y ella necesita ayudar con un examen y os ayudó y ella se ganó 100%.
They have the same curriculum as the other students do. In the primary grades, it's heavy in the Spanish, and they get English language development in English. In the upper grades, they have a 50-50 model, half of the day in Spanish and the other half in English.
What do you like to learn in school?
Me gusta aprender matemáticas. ¿Qué te gusta aprender en la escuela? My favorite subject of school is writing because I can learn things that are bilingual.
Los padres pueden solicitar una aplicación para el programa de inmersión del lenguaje dual tan pronto como en jardín de niños o hasta primer grado.
At Fremont Elementary School, our DLI program is expanding. It's currently in kindergarten, 1st, and 2nd grade, and next year it will move on to 3rd.
Longfellow is proud to offer dual language immersion. We're also a STEM school. We emphasize hands-on STEM activities for a portion of the day. We begin in kindergarten, which means that our students can apply the year before, which would be a preschool or transitional kindergarten age, to enter our school to begin in kindergarten.
Jefferson Elementary School offers a dual language immersion program, kindergarten through 5th grade, and next year we will add 6th grade. They participate in all regular school activities, field trips, special events, assemblies, just like everyone else.
Spanish is interwoven into everything that we do here at Mountain View. Our assemblies are in both languages. Our morning announcements are in both languages. Our students are speaking in both languages.
¿Cuántos años tienen? I am 7 years old. ¿Cuántos años tienes? Yo tengo 7 años. How old are you? I'm 7 years old.
And where do you use what you've learned?
Mi mamá preguntó dónde ellos están hablando español. Están ayudando a mi abuela y mi abuelo se habló en español.
¿Qué te gusta aprender en la escuela?
I like learn English because I like science.
Solicite la aplicación en riversideunified.org.
¿Usted le quiere decir algo a sus maestros? I would like to say that thanks for teaching me how to be bilingual.
Would you like to thank your teacher?
Sí. Gracias por enseñarme. Gracias por enseñarme español.
¿Qué quieres decir a tu maestra?
I want to say, Mr. Ana, Miss Sierra, thank you to teaching me in English and Spanish.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
La pregunta era si hay alguien que quieres decir gracias. Yo quiero decir gracias a todas mis maestras de DLI. Yo quiero decir gracias a mis papás por ponerme en el programa de DLI.
Is there anything you want to tell your teacher?
Gracias por enseñarme. Gracias por enseñarme español.
¿Qué quieres decirle a tu maestra?
I would like to say to my teacher that thank you for teaching me in 3rd grade. Yo quiero decir a mi maestra, gracias por haciendo español yo. And I want to say thank you to my mom for taking me to a Spanish class, like learn more Spanish. Yo quiero decir gracias a mi mamá porque traje a ella español clase y ayudar que yo se pueda ayudar a ella. Yay!
Good job, baby girl.
Now take me to class.
Today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about my journey into science. Imagine a scientist. What does a scientist look like to you? A lab coat, yes. Glassware, mixing chemicals in a lab, yes. And the big glasses, sometimes sort of falling or taped. But how many of you guys maybe thought of something different? Like a field biologist like Jane Goodall, or the 2 astronauts who just did the first ever female spacewalk, Christina Cook and Jessica Meir. But how many of you guys actually pictured yourselves? Not everyone usually does, and this is something that educators often are trying to sort out, is why don't we picture ourselves in this role? Why don't we ever see ourselves as a scientist? When you ask a male or a female your interest in STEM after graduation, half of the guys are gonna say, yeah, STEM is something I'm really interested in, but a fraction of women are actually joining in that same interest. And this sort of then trickles down into the actual workforce. When I actually graduated high school, I was one of those statistics. I did not identify as a scientist. I had no interest in science. I just didn't know what to do with a science degree.
Inspire Her Mind is a conference that gets girls thinking about actually careers in science. They get to see some of the cool applications of science. They get to see women working in these areas.
We know there's not as many women in the STEM workforce as there are men, so we're really trying to be proactive and be able to get girls involved and really show them that this is an opportunity for them.
I did not expect this. I'm gonna be honest, I first came here because I wanted to get extra credit, and then it turned out to be more than that.
I wasn't really expecting all of these different interactive activities that we got to do.
The one where you have to inspect the cells of the plants and everything.
We saw stomata and how it's on the back of the leaf, and we just learned more of what we're learning in biology, so it's cool to see it just not in the classroom.
We learned from people who were specialized in their field, so they were really passionate about it, and then so we got to learn just straight from them, and it was really fun.
I don't really like science that much, but my friend convinced me, and it's nothing like what I expected. It's way funner. It's a broad spectrum of different things that you can do. In one of the activities, we kind of learned about how different types of lines can make dresses appear differently. We had to draw lines on the dresses to make appearances either look longer or shorter or thinner or thicker.
When I went to college, you have to take classes that are beyond your major, right? And so I took one that was global environmental problems. And in that class, I was just blown away, and I realized this is where I want to make a difference. I now have a lab that gets to look at these environmental issues, and I absolutely love my job. It took a long time to figure out that this is what I wanted, but I am so happy where I'm at.
I really liked it because it was more focused on us, because we were able to individually analyze what we wanted, not what anybody else wanted us to learn.
We took a personality quiz, and that quiz was honestly my favorite part.
We were able to find out the specific topics that we were interested in.
Mine was advisor, because I want to be in the medical field. I want to be an RN. I got a maker, and I thought that was really cool because ever since I was little, I would always love working with my hands, and I still do.
This is a really great opportunity for girls to get that hands-on experience and to open their eyes.
I decided to come on a whim.
I thought we were just gonna get hour-long lectures and everything, but instead we got to have these fun experiences.
I expected to see men in lab coats.
I also expected people to just tell about their jobs and then how we could help our city, but instead I learned about how those small careers add up to help the whole world.
We're really focusing on getting girls excited and engaged in STEM fields and potential STEM careers.
My expectations when we came here was that we would go into a lecture hall, they would lecture us, and then we would leave. I didn't expect it to be as hands-on and as innovative and interactive as it was, and I think that that's the reason why I enjoyed it as much as I did.
It's part of their everyday lives, and helping them understand that and appreciate that is also part of this endeavor.
My favorite thing was seeing the batteries and the wire thing move around. Oh, I saw that amazing little robot. Did you guys?
Yeah.
The way they were coded had them follow a pathway, and in that pathway were certain color codes, and those color codes would dictate what the robot did. It was so little and it was so cute, and the fact that I could literally just drop like a bunch of colors and it would make the robot do different things. It was really, really like impressive, and I really liked that.
I'm a wildlife biologist by training. I get to work with animals, habitats, and the environment.
We learned about the California condor,
And we found causes of death among condors and why they almost went extinct.
and how due to conservation by people that are in the STEM field, they were able to multiply, and now they're growing species again.
The program provides an opportunity for our students, young ladies, to look into STEM as a possibility and also leadership. There is definitely a gap out in the workforce. So what are we doing? We're bringing our girls in and we're helping build the confidence around those two specific areas.
I'm actually really looking forward to coming back and seeing what other activities that they have for us.
I heard them say that leadership was going to be the focus of the second conference. I'm definitely really interested in that, and I think it's really important for women to realize that leadership is an important skill to have, and it's definitely something that's really related to STEM, because STEM is leading the field in so many industries nowadays.
I'm also looking forward to coming back and learning more about the small careers that can build up to help everybody around.
I think it's really important to expose them to the vast array of careers and how a scientific background can help you succeed at anything you choose to do.
My name is Matt Cash, and I have the privilege of serving our community as the principal at Fremont Elementary School. Here are 5 things that I absolutely love about Fremont. The first thing I love is our dual language immersion program, or DLI for short. All of Fremont's DLI teachers have a bilingual credential. In our DLI classrooms, students are taught in both English and in Spanish. And by the end of their 6th grade year, our students have the opportunity to grow into students that are biliterate, bilingual, and bicultural. Next, Fremont is a no excuses university school, or NEU for short. That means that we adhere to the belief that every single child deserves the opportunity to be educated in a way that prepares them for college and career. Fremont is also an avid elementary school. That means that our teachers and staff are trained in the most up-to-date techniques to keep our students engaged in content and in the classroom. NEU and AVID go hand in hand. NEU provides us the systems we need to prepare our kids for college and career, and AVID provides us the strategies, real-time, on the ground, that we use inside the classroom to accomplish that. If you ever have the opportunity to walk around Fremont Elementary School, you will see a college presence here on campus. We have banners, pennants, and flags from a variety of colleges around the country hanging in our hallways and in our library. That means that from day one of a student attending our school, we instill the belief that if they want to, they can go to college and pursue the career that they were made for. Fremont Elementary has an amazing show choir. Our show choir is so dynamic that they've been invited to perform at places like the Festival of Lights, at City Hall for the mayor and city council, and even here in our community for local holiday shows. If you ever have a chance to catch one of their shows, you should. Here at Fremont, we are all about partnerships. That includes partnerships with local universities like UCR, the University of California, Riverside. They have a program for volunteers called AmeriCorps, where they come onto campus and college students tutor our elementary students in math, language arts, and other subject areas. Each of these college students work with individuals each day to ensure that our students not only know that they can do their best, but they're also given a mentor that they can aspire to be. Lastly, We pride ourselves on meaningful interventions. That means that data management is a high priority. We know who our kids are, we know their strengths and their challenges, and we design instruction that meets those needs and takes them from where they are to where they need to be in order to be successful. One of our core values is student engagement. We create opportunities for our students to meet their current needs and challenge them to become their best.
Fremont Elementary School is unique.
Opened in 1917, Fremont is one of the most storied elementary schools here in our city.
Our school has been in the La Placida community for more than 100 years. That means we serve generation after generation of learners who have come through our doors.
Fremont provides art classes, community service projects, band, show choir, social and emotional services, parent training, community activities, after-school enrichment, and so much more. We're excited for the programs we bring to the La Placida community, and we're happy to serve our families. So with that, we say, welcome to Fremont.
Welcome to University Heights Middle School. I'm Katie Grimbaugh, I'm the principal here at Uni. Today I'm going to share 5 things I love about our school. First is the variety of clubs and activities that we have. While we have traditional sports like soccer, volleyball, basketball, we also have a variety of things that are unique to us. Things like Sisters STEM Interest Program, Club 3.0, Girl Talk, Mariachi, Ballet Folklorico, Robotics, Makerspace, 3D printing, woodshop, and coding as well. The next thing I love about our school is that we're a personalized learning school. What that means is that each student has a learner profile where they identify their strengths and the ways that they learn best as a student. The teachers then use this to help them develop personalized learning plans, which are used to tailor instruction and activities to the needs of each student as an individual. Next step is our family resource room. We have a dedicated space for parent trainings, activities, to come in and utilize computers, printers, or just assistance for parents needing to apply for programs or access community resources. One of the things unique to our family resource room is that we have a food pantry and community closet available for families in need as well. Another thing I love about Uni is our Avid School-Wide program. We have a school-wide focus on college and career readiness, including high academic expectations in all core classes. Students are reading and writing no matter the subject area. And finally, we have a comprehensive social-emotional learning program, including restorative practices along with social skills instruction in all classes to make sure that our students are successful not only academically, but also socially. School culture is really important to me. So if the teachers are happy, the students are happy. If the students are happy, they have positive relationships with people on campus, then they're more likely to learn and put forth the effort that we need for them to be successful academically. At University Heights, we believe that all decisions should put students first. We prioritize culture and community in all of our decision making. What that means to us is that anytime we are making decisions, deciding between 2 options, prioritizing programs, spending money, those are the things that we use to decide what we're going to do. So as a staff, we come together and say which one of these furthers our core values, and that's how we decide what we're going to do next. The goal of our school is to provide each student with challenging and rigorous curriculum appropriate to their academic level. We believe every child can achieve academic success. With parents and teachers working together toward the same goal, every child will succeed. Through teamwork, open communication, and a dedication to continuous improvement, we can make this school a place where students delight and enjoy learning.
Today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about my journey into science. Imagine a scientist. What does a scientist look like to you? A lab coat, yes. Glassware, mixing chemicals in a lab, yes. And the big glasses, sometimes sort of falling or taped. But how many of you guys maybe thought of something different? Like a field biologist like Jane Goodall, or the two astronauts who just did the first ever female spacewalk, Christina Cook and Jessica Meir. But how many of you guys actually pictured yourselves? Not everyone usually does, and this is something that educators often are trying to sort out, is why don't we picture ourselves in this role? Why don't we ever see ourselves as a scientist? When you ask a male or a female your interest in STEM after graduation, half of the guys are gonna say, yeah, STEM is something I'm really interested in, but a fraction of women are actually joining in that same interest. And this sort of then trickles down into the actual workforce. When I actually graduated high school, I was one of those statistics. I did not identify as a scientist. I had no interest in science. I just didn't know what to do with a science degree.
Inspire Her Mind is a conference that gets girls thinking about actually careers in science. They get to see some of the cool applications of science. They get to see women working in these areas.
We know there's not as many women in the STEM workforce as there are men, so we're really trying to be proactive and be able to get girls involved and really show them that this is an opportunity for them.
I did not expect this.
I'm gonna be honest, I first came here because I wanted to get extra credit, and then it turned out to be more than that.
I wasn't really expecting all of these different interactive activities that we got to do.
The one where you have to inspect the cells of the plants and everything. We saw stomata and how it's on the back of the leaf, and we just learned more of what we're learning in biology, so it's cool to see it just not in the classroom.
We learned from people who were specialized in their field, so they were really passionate about it, and then so we got to learn just straight from them, and it was really fun.
I don't really like science that much, but my friend convinced me, and it's nothing like what I expected. It's way funner. It's a broad spectrum of different things that you can do. In one of the activities, we kind of learned about how different types of lines can make dresses appear differently. We had to draw lines on the dresses to make appearances either look longer or shorter or thinner or thicker.
When I went to college, you have to take classes that are beyond your major, right? And so I took one that was global environmental problems. And in that class, I was just blown away, and I realized this is where I want to make a difference. I now have a lab that gets to look at these environmental issues, and I absolutely love my job. It took a long time to figure out that this is what I wanted, but I am so happy where I'm at.
I really liked it because it was more focused on us, because we were able to individually analyze what we wanted, not what anybody else wanted us to learn.
We took a personality quiz, and that quiz was honestly my favorite part.
We were able to find out the specific topics that we were interested in.
Mine was advisor, because I want to be in the medical field. I want to be an RN. I got a maker, and I thought that was really cool because ever since I was little, I would always love working with my hands, and I still do.
This is a really great opportunity for girls to get that hands-on experience and to open their eyes.
I decided to come on a whim.
I thought we were just gonna get hour-long lectures and everything, but instead we got to have these fun experiences.
I expected to see men in lab coats. I also expected people to just tell about their jobs and then how we could help our city, but instead I learned about how those small careers add up to help the whole world.
We're really focusing on getting girls excited and engaged in STEM fields and potential STEM careers.
My expectations when we came here was that we would go into a lecture hall, they would lecture us, and then we would leave. I didn't expect it to be as hands-on and as innovative and interactive as it was, and I think that's the reason why I enjoyed it as much as I did.
It's part of their everyday lives, and helping them understand that and appreciate that is also part of this endeavor.
My favorite thing was seeing the batteries and the wire thing move around. Oh, I saw that amazing little robot. Did you guys? Yeah.
The way they were coded had them follow a pathway, and in that pathway were certain color codes, and those color codes would dictate what the robot did.
It was so little and it was so cute, and the fact that I could literally just drop a bunch of colors and it would make the robot do different things. It was really, really impressive, and I really like that.
I'm a wildlife biologist by training. I get to work with animals, habitats, and the environment.
We learned about the California condor condor.
And we found causes of death among condors and why they almost went extinct.
And how due to conservation by people that are in the STEM field, they were able to multiply and now they're growing species again.
The program provides an opportunity for our students, young ladies, to look into STEM as a possibility and also leadership. There is definitely a gap out in the workforce. So what are we doing? We're bringing our girls in and we're helping build the confidence around those two specific areas.
I'm actually really looking forward to coming back and seeing what other activities that they have for us.
I heard them say that leadership was going to be the focus of the second conference. I'm definitely really interested in that, and I think it's really important for women to realize that leadership is an important skill to have. And it's definitely something that's really related to STEM because STEM is leading the field in so many industries nowadays.
I'm also looking forward to coming back and learning more about the small careers that can build up to help everybody around.
I think it's really important to expose them to the vast array of careers and how a scientific background can help you succeed at anything you choose to do.
My mission for our students is to provide them with a nutritious meal, authentic foods that they will enjoy all year long.
I'm hoping all the effort that we put into our meals are enjoyed by the students.
Can I get the orange chicken?
Chicken sandwich, teriyaki rice,
chicken chow mein.
Can I get some nachos? Nachos. I'm gonna get everything on them.
Cheeseburger, chicken sandwich, Michael chicken sandwich, pizza,
bean and cheese burrito. I had tacos today with bean.
We get fresh produce delivered twice a week that we use on our salads and our tacos. We have a vegetarian wrap with no meat.
We serve tortas and burritos, chicken chili verde. We have our barbecue served every day with hamburgers, hot dogs, and crispy chicken sandwiches. You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. The 30-day grace period ends September 23rd, 2019, so apply as soon as possible.
Welcome to University Heights Middle School. I'm Katie Grimbaugh, I'm the principal here at Uni. Today I'm going to share 5 things I love about our school. First is the variety of clubs and activities that we have. While we have traditional sports like soccer, volleyball, basketball, we also have a variety of things that are unique to us. Things like Sister STEM Interest Program, Club 3.0, Girl Talk, Mariachi, Ballet Folklorico, Robotics, Makerspace, 3D printing, woodshop, and coding as well. The next thing I love about our school is that we're a personalized learning school. What that means is that each student has a learner profile where they identify their strengths and the ways that they learn best as a student. The teachers then use this to help them develop personalized learning plans, which are used to tailor instruction and activities to the needs of each student as an individual. Next step is our family resource room. We have a dedicated space for parent trainings, activities, to come in and utilize computers, printers, or just assistance for parents needing to apply for programs or access community resources. One of the things unique to our family resource room is that we have a food pantry and community closet available for families in need as well. Another thing I love about Uni is our Avid School-Wide program. We have a school-wide focus on college and career readiness, including high academic expectations in all core classes. Students are reading and writing no matter the subject area. And finally, we have a comprehensive social-emotional learning program, including restorative practices along with social skills instruction in all classes to make sure that our students are successful not only academically, but also socially. School culture is really important to me. So if the teachers are happy, the students are happy. If the students are happy, they have positive relationships with people on campus, then they're more likely to learn and put forth the effort that we need for them to be successful academically. At University Heights, we believe that all decisions should put students first. We prioritize culture and community in all of our decision making. What that means to us is that anytime we are making decisions, deciding between 2 options, prioritizing programs, spending money, those are the things that we use to decide what we're going to do. So as a staff, we come together and say which one of these furthers our core values, and that's how we decide what we're going to do next. The goal of our school is to provide each student with challenging and rigorous curriculum appropriate to their academic level. We believe every child can achieve academic success. With parents and teachers working together toward the same goal, every child will succeed. Through teamwork, open communication, and a dedication to continuous improvement, we can make this school a place where students delight and enjoy learning.
As we enter into the first few weeks of school, we are encouraging all households to apply and reapply for the meal program.
I think the food here is an upgrade.
Teriyaki chicken, chow mein, rice, and it's always good food.
It's good. It's actually real food. They cook it fresh.
We come in every morning and we bake our cookies fresh.
It's always really good.
Food here is a huge step up.
I think it's good.
It's pretty good.
My favorite thing to eat is a cheeseburger. Cheeseburger.
I had a burger, it was really good.
I got pizza.
Our pizzas are baked in the oven. We have pepperoni and cheese. We get fresh produce delivered twice a week. Strawberries, peaches, apples, oranges, plums, pears.
My favorite lunch is the daily specials where they have the chicken tenders.
I like the lasagna.
You just got a lot of things here.
You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. Remember, the 30-day grace period ends September 23rd, 2019, so apply as soon as possible.
We have very special things to be distributed to all of our students today. In your sixth period, we will be distributing LA Clippers backpacks courtesy of Kawhi Leonard and the LA Clippers. There are backpacks for every student. Happy holidays from the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard.
Martin Luther King High School is very, very appreciative of the Clippers organization and for Kawhi Leonard himself for providing the backpacks for all of our students, not only here at campus, but also throughout the district, considering the fact that he did play for us for a couple of years. And it's a great gesture and very much shows his quality of character and commitment to our area.
Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers have donated and given us a backpack for every single student in the whole district. 41,000. I'm going to give you a backpack right now.
We would really like to thank Mr. Leonard. He's done an incredibly generous thing and helped the holidays of all of our RUSD students by giving them backpacks. It's an incredibly kind and thoughtful gesture on his part, and we are so grateful.
Thank you for just, bringing up your community that you grew up in, handing everybody out the backpack, because, some people really can't afford to get backpacks and such. I know that from experience, and having a free backpack definitely means a lot. Thank you.
We just wanted to say thank you so much to Kawhi. These backpacks are awesome. We love them.
Hey man, thanks for the free backpacks.
Thank you, Kawhi.
Thank you, Kawhi.
I'm glad you went to our school. It makes me really happy to know you walk the same hallways.
Thank you, Kawhi. Bro, you got the new heat, bro.
We love you, Kawhi.
I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Los Angeles Clippers Foundation and two-time NBA World Champion Kawhi Leonard. We are especially proud of Mr. Kawhi Leonard for being a graduate of King High School at Riverside Unified School District. He is an inspiration to students throughout the world. And we know that his contributions and his character of what he does to help communities off the court is what makes him truly an inspiration for all of us. So thank you again, Kawhi Leonard and the Los Angeles Clippers Foundation.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the board meeting for June 16th, 2020. If you would like to view this meeting in Spanish, please follow the link below. The board will continue respecting orders from the Governor of California, the health officer of the county, and guidelines of the Centers for Disease Control related to maintaining public health and safety at this time. Consistent with these orders and guidelines, this meeting will be held online only, and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The board encourages members of the public to join the meeting electronically. In order to submit your public comments, please refer to the link at the bottom of the screen, which will give you step-by-step instructions about your options for public comment and how to submit them. Public comments will be accepted until the specific item of business to be transacted or discussed by the board is considered. I would like to introduce at this time Assistant Superintendent Sergio San Martin to provide this message in Spanish.
Thank you, President Alavi. Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta de Educación del 16 de junio del 2020. Si gustan ver esta reunión en español, sigan el enlace debajo en la descripción. La Junta respetará las recientes órdenes del Gobernador de California, el oficial de salud del Condado de Riverside y las órdenes del Centro de Control de Enfermedades. Eso es en relación con el mantenimiento de la salud y la seguridad pública. De acuerdo con estas órdenes y guías, esta reunión se llevará a cabo solo en transmisión en línea y no habrá un lugar físico de reunión abierta al público. Les recomendamos a los miembros del público que se unan a la reunión electrónicamente. Para presentar sus comentarios públicos, siga el enlace en la parte de abajo de la pantalla. Se aceptarán los comentarios públicos durante la Junta. Muchas gracias. Back to you, President Alavi.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to report on our action that we took in closed session. The board met relative to real property negotiations. With respect to item C1, the board, by unanimous roll call vote of all of its members, with all members present, approved a purchase agreement for 2210 7th Street, Riverside, California, in an amount of $370,000. With respect to item C2, the board, by unanimous roll call vote of all of its members, with all members present, approved a purchase agreement for 2956 13th Street, Riverside, California, in the amount of $320,000. Copies of such agreements are available on request, and the board took no other reportable action. And at this time, I would like to have everyone rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and follow me. Ready, begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. I would now like to read a short comment from the Board of Education. Last week, I received a letter from a past RUSD student, Daniel Sandez, who said in part, having attended Riverside Unified School District from grades 3 through 12, I have been proud to be a product of its school system. However, I cannot in good conscience continue to be proud of this fact, not without first seeing the school board take real actions that empower our educators with the tools to begin attacking the racism that is so deeply embedded in our society. I want Daniel and all Riversiders to know that RUSD is doing something about the racism we recognize exists in our community and thereby our district. To begin with, we began by naming Dr. Jacqueline Perez to be our Assistant Superintendent of Equity, Access, and Community Engagement. And we are one of the few districts which has elevated equity to one of the highest cabinet positions. We then created an equity task force that is looking at every one of our policies that guides us in our district. Even on tonight's agenda, you will see the first policies that have needed new language to address the wider issues of equity. Next, we trained all our managers on cultural proficiency, unconscious bias, and critical race theory. Arlington High School and their cluster schools hosted an equity symposium in January of this year for teachers. And we have started a homework policy and grading team that is working on looking at the racial biases that are built into that system. Along with our teachers union, RCTA, we also are looking at discipline practices in order to build fairer practices. And this February, we started a community leaders group to look into equity throughout Riverside. Martin Luther King Jr. High School, Earhart Middle School, and their cluster schools are starting an anti-defamation league program called No Place for Hate. And finally, all RUSD leadership is reading Shattering Inequities, and has had direct input by the author Robin Avalar-LaSalle, who holds a Stanford PhD in literacy and culture and who focuses on academic success for historically underperforming and underserved students. As you can see, we have been working towards racial equity for some time, but with the senseless murder of Black men and women across the country, our work has greater impetus. We have much more to do, and we will be discussing many more issues surrounding policies and practices in the coming months. But I wanted Daniel and everyone to know that we are not shying away from the issue of racism. We are addressing it head on. All RUSD families deserve to raise their children in a community and world that is free of racism, discrimination, and violence. As a board, we believe this, and we will work to achieve this. And now we will move on to comments from our superintendent, Dr. Hanson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavey, and thank you for that statement. I know that you speak on behalf of the entire Board of Education. As a superintendent, grateful for all the Board of Education for your clear direction and for your leadership, certainly during these difficult times that we find ourselves in nationally, as well as at the local level. I'd like to go back. It's hard to believe that the last board meeting we had was pre-graduation. And so I'd like to go back for just a minute and celebrate all of our students and some pretty amazing staff members, the parents that gave us input, our certificate, our classified employees, the management staff, their commitment, their time, their energy, and all of the resources that occurred, not just over the last 3 months and in the last week of school, but what that occurs on a daily basis. You know, that last week of May, we celebrated our seniors, all students, but our seniors specifically, with drive-through graduation. And as a parent of a young person that was graduating, it was an exciting week. We had the drive-through graduations. Of course, on May the 30th, that Saturday evening, we had the virtual graduations. And I know that all of our K-8 grades in schools, elementary and middle, they had end of the year videos, like a yearbook video, if you will. They had special recognitions. They had letters sent home, special yearbooks. Just again, grateful for all of this stuff and how hard they worked. And of course, I'm grateful for their parents and their support and their patience with us as we close out the school year. Now, here's what's amazing. We closed out the school year on Saturday night, May the 30th, and on Monday morning, we started summer school. We had over 3,200 kids involved at high school on credit-bearing courses. And then on June the 8th, just a few days, a week later, we started our K-8 program on enrichment classes and as well as social emotional support. You're going to get a report on that in the meeting later today. And something else, board, that I know I shared with you, but I'd like the whole community here too. We did something we've never done before, at least my 30 years in this district. We started the school year on June the 4th and 5th. So we graduated Saturday, we started summer school, and then June the 4th and 5th, we had what we call our leadership symposium. All 250 managers were back via Zoom, and we kicked off on June the 4th and 5th, the new school year, the 2021 school year. And as you mentioned, Mrs. Alavey, we focused those 2 days on discussing the topics of culturally relevant pedagogy with our experts, EPIC, who've been training us. I figured out the math, 32 hours now, all 250 managers have had training throughout this last year with EPIC. We then brought in Dr. Robin Avalar-LaSalle, co-author of Shattering Inequities, Real World Wisdom for School and District Leaders that teach us how to now act and put into action all of their studying, things such as equity walks and equity audits in policies, procedures, practices, and processes. And that was a great 2 days. And then Friday, grateful for our Riverside Association of School Managers, their team, their leadership. They brought a gentleman by the name of Brian Vander Ark, who joined us in our virtual meeting, and he shared his music story, a very compelling personal story of pursuing his dream to be a musician by doing what he loved to do and finding a way to continue to pursue his dream as his career has taken ups and downs and obstacles along the way. So it was a great opening to a new school year, although very different because it was done virtually. Now, at the same time of ending the school year, starting summer school, and having our leadership symposium, we started our RUSD opening of school task force that's been going on now for a few weeks, and they're working diligently. An email was sent to all staff today and all families, provide an update regarding the progress that's made so far and the timeline for regular updates and when a final decision is going to be made, which is on July the 21st. So in today's update, we've shared that we're going to give, of course, keep our webpage up to date. We'll have our Thursday evening YouTube updates that we have. And specifically, we have this Thursday, June the 18th at 6:30 p.m. for the community, our YouTube update. That's going to be a repeat of what you hear tonight. Then our board meeting on July the 21st. The board's going to be requested to take action and announce how we're going to start school, but you're going to see two paths later on this evening, virtual and in person, that we're going to plan together or parallel plan at the same time. And then another community meeting on July the 23rd at 6:30 p.m. So to the community members and staff, that decision will come to you on July the 21st, as we know that the school year starts the 1st of August, so we have a lot to do. And as a side note, just a few other items. Congratulations to Kisa Brown, University Heights Middle School. She teaches science in Avid. She was named as the Riverside County Teacher of the Year. There are 23 school districts in our county and a lot of schools. And she is representing Riverside Unified as County Teacher of the Year. So Kisa, we're so proud of you and congratulations. And as well, 5 RUSD high schools during this time of stay in place and maintain our space and cover our face. U.S. News World Reports came out and recognized 5 of our high schools as some of the best high schools in the nation. Arlington High School, John W. North High School, Martin Luther King High School, Riverside Poly High School, and the STEM Academy. Congratulations to those staffs and well recognition from U.S. News and World Reports as some of the top high schools. And last but not least, RUSD was highlighted a couple weeks ago as a district to watch for our work in equity and our strong distance or virtual learning presence for all students by Advancement Project. Now, Advancement Project in our state is a racial justice organization researching and bringing change to public schools. And we're one of those that they highlighted as doing a great job in that change. And so thank you to them, their organization. And last thing, I know it's an extra long report, but last thing that'll be done is I'd like to have Ms. Kakish get on and talk to the board briefly in the community about June being Pride Recognition Month. And so Ms. Kakish.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Good evening, Madam President and the rest of our Board of Trustees and the audience. I'm just celebrating with you June being the Pride Month, and we would like to share with you the graph that will go on our social media to celebrate the month, as we do for a lot of different celebrations that we do for different months within the year. So we are celebrating our students and our staff during this month.
Thank you, Mrs. Kakish. And so tomorrow morning on our website, on Instagram, on Twitter, on a variety of social media platforms, you'll see this go out. And I believe that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Thank you. That was a very positive report. Thank you. I will now move on to board members' comments, and I will start with Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Madam President. And my congratulations as well to Ms. Brown. It is quite an accomplishment. It's a big county, and we're very proud of her. and to the, I had many parents, fellow colleagues that were very complimentary of the drive-through graduations. I know often I would say in a graduation speech that to the parents, I wish you could be up here with me and see their faces and their eyes light up in just this unique moment. And people said, I got to see that for my child. And young people told me their parents being close meant a lot. So thank you to all the staff that worked on that and the principals that worked so hard and really came out nice. I also like to compliment the district and President Alavi and our leadership and our general counsel, Kathy Holmes of BB&K, on the design of the new comprehensive way that our residents, our citizens, our parties can join in these meetings. And I think that's exactly what I asked, was leading to, and you did above and beyond. Mrs. Alavi, I have a letter that was sent to me by the Casablanca Community Action Group that they asked that I would read. And it was sent, actually, I'm sorry, to Dr. Farouk and myself and Superintendent Hansen. It's positive. So if I may, the Casablanca Community Action Group, CAG, looks forward to collaborating with RUSD on a variety of issues, all pertaining to the forthcoming Casablanca Elementary Campus. Allow me to share that traditionally and for many decades, the CAG has served as a primary liaison between Casablanca, parents, students, RUSD, the City of Riverside, and the Riverside Police Department, among others, on all issues applicable to our community. For the forthcoming Casablanca Elementary Campus, which again, I will share with you on behalf of the CAG and our entire Casablanca community, is as important and as impactful as any proposal to enhance opportunities for Casablanca children, parents in our community in consideration. Well, since 1965, when under desegregation, we lost our school, and now it's going to be back. We again thank the board and district leadership for your advocacy for a neighborhood school in our community and elsewhere, and the Riverside voters who approved Measure O that allowed this long-held dream to be realized. In order to effectively focus and work alongside RUSD on the development of the campus, the Casablanca CAG has formed an education advisory committee to foster collaboration with the district on all aspects pertaining to the development of the campus, which as follows: our sharing information as to the wonderful history and traditions of Casablanca with the district leadership and eventually the assigned architects and construction managers, with intent on leading that the design features are complementary and fitting to the historical aspects and architecture of our unique and proud community. Also, input on the academic programs intended for the attending students, campus staffing, services that could be offered post the school day where children could enhance their learning skills, and as well where parents and other adults may take advantage of district programs such as the Dad's Academy and Adult School. The naming of the school. This is an especially important aspect of our community, and we respectfully request that the CAG and the Casablanca community be fully involved. We recognize that this process will follow the architecture and academic processes listed above, and appropriate so, because Casablanca has a rich history of leaders and notables who deserve being considered. On behalf of the entire Casablanca community, we stress that this process of naming a campus must include the input and discussion of our residents and the CAG who represents them. We'd also like to work on and learn from scholarship fundraising with the district's foundation. There will always be more to consider than just the listed above that will come out of these processes. Yet be assured we are prepared and frankly so excited to soon be moving forward on this long-held Casablanca community vision to once again have a neighborhood school and to see the busing of our children be a past memory. Respectfully yours, Cindy Collins, Chairwoman, Casablanca Community Action Group. That concludes my comments, Mrs. Alavi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunt.
And I will distribute that also onto you, our colleagues.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. And now we're going to go to Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Alavi. So I want to echo the sentiments that Trustee Hunt shared, the letter that was sent to both of us. This one, I'm very pleased, and I think it's very heartwarming that the community we all know how passionate they are, but for the level of meaningful engagement that they want to have throughout this process. So I'm really excited about helping facilitate that. But I want to just touch base again on a broader aspect about that for both of the neighborhood schools, the Casablanca and Eastside, that I hope that we can get an update soon. I know we've been going back and forth about this, about how we're going to interface with the community, and with the announcement that we reported out on closed session that we're moving forward on another property acquisition for the Eastside neighborhood school. I think these are really great developments, and the more that we can involve the community and activate that aspect, I think it only accelerate the sense of how vested people will be in that experience. I also want to reference President Alavi, your introductory comments, and I think that was very appropriate to set a tone with that. I wanted to mention, I've been in communication with Daniel regarding his comments, and one of his suggestions, which I would echo, is I think in light of everything that's happening, it would be helpful that right on the front page of our RUSD website, it should just be very clear about this specific issue, not just about, I mean, equity is obviously invariably an aspect of this issue as well. But it should be really clear right on the front page. Click here to see how the district's dealing with this and outline all that information. I think it's great that we're obviously putting this out in these public meetings as well, but easily accessible information like that, I think people will appreciate that. I also want to give a shout out to our Chief Academic Officer, Lynn Carmen Day. Thank you for your service in our school district and your dedication. And congratulations again on becoming superintendent at Upland. And I know this is her last meeting, so I know she's going to do great there. I also want to mention that I think one important aspect of data gathering and just evaluation that I think would be prudent is in conjunction with our Chief of Police, Larry Gonzalez, and the Riverside Police Department, about how we can evaluate the data as it relates to the role of SROs on campuses and students in the spirit of restorative justice and things like of that nature. I think it'll be helpful to have a constructive dialogue with them. And I've discussed this with Dr. Hansen, and also just for us to get data on what's best for students and how can law enforcement be most effective in their capacities in the community. I also want to acknowledge, I know Trustee Lee is going to speak to this, but I just want to proactively just say that how supportive I am about with the topic that he's going to discuss regarding ethnic studies and African American and Chicano studies. So looking forward to hearing his remarks on that. But I'm glad that we're advancing those conversations. That's my update. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's then go to Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Trustee Alavi. And yeah, also appreciate the comments that you shared to kick off this meeting. I think that's what our community needs to hear. It's current, it's relevant, it's important, it's what's on everybody's mind. And also thank you, Dr. Farouk, for your conversation over the last couple of days about providing a more culturally rich and diverse offering of classes for our students. So over the last few weeks, I've spent a lot of time listening, learning, and participating in events and discussions around social injustice and denouncing systemic racism in our country. I thought I was a champion and an advocate for equity, but I do realize now that my efforts and my contribution to this mission have not been enough. And for that, I do apologize. It is my goal to use my privilege and my position to do more to advance equity in anti-racist centered professional development programs, experiences, and curriculum for our district, and in particular, our students and our staff. Last week, I'd asked Dr. Hansen and the team to look into an option of offering an A through G approved African American history or studies course that students could choose to take in 11th grade as a substitute to the traditional US history course students are required to take that satisfies the graduation requirement, as well as the requirement for acceptance into a UC or a Cal State school. I think it's really important because currently our district has an approved African American history course, but it's an elective. I did find out in my research over the last couple of weeks that there are at least 5 public school districts in California, including Berkeley, Castro Valley, Antelope Valley, Liberty Union High School District, and the Geffen Academy at UCLA, that currently have an approved African American history course satisfying the A through G as an A course. And I also found 2 high schools, Castlemont High School in Oakland and McLean High School in Fresno, offering a course entitled African American Power in the United States and Race and Social Justice, respectively. And they are both listed as a U.S. history course on the website and with an A next to it for 11th grade students. Last, I've also reached out to I reached out to the course manager on the website for these schools to learn if these courses have been successful in terms of student engagement, and also to confirm that these courses meet their graduation requirement for U.S. history, as well as entrance into the UC Cal State system. And I'm waiting to hear back from a few of them. However, I did hear from a representative at Berkeley High School that their course meets both the California graduation requirement as well as the UC Cal State requirement. And just before this meeting started, I also heard from the principal at Castro Valley High, and they offer Afrocentric US history and Afrocentric American literature, which if chosen, replace the US history and American literature requirement for graduation. Students who opt to take these classes, they take them as a cohort. And last year they had 2 cohorts of students at that high school. And the year before that, they had 3 cohorts. So it's a popular option for kids. I do want to thank Dr. Lewis and the staff because I did hear that they've been busy working on this request and have made some progress. And it's my understanding that there's a committee working on some grab and go resources for teachers to implement and to supplement the current coursework offered throughout K-12. Additionally, the staff is in discussions about rewriting English 9 course to provide curriculum that satisfies Assemblyman Medina's bill, AB 331, as well as the current US history course to be rewritten so that it is more racially and ethnically diverse and culturally rich. So over the next year, I also would like to support these efforts as well as the efforts potentially to add a year-long elective course that would focus on ethnic studies and African American studies. So thank you, Dr. Lewis and the entire staff on these initial steps, as I think it's a great start, and I want to emphasize start, but I'm grateful for the urgency. It's my opinion that these initial steps by the staff are just the beginning, and I would like to see these steps taken in addition to working towards providing students a choice to satisfy their 11th grade history requirement. RUSD has always been a leader when it comes to choice regarding our transfer policy, program offerings like STEM, the DLI, Project Lead the Way, CTE, as well as the delivery in which we provide education with such options as the Riverside Virtual School. I am confident that we can continue down this path and find a way to offer African American Studies as a course that satisfies the current US requirement for graduation and college entrance. After all, African American history is American history. Right now, the current approved elective course for African American history wasn't even offered at any campuses last year. Students shouldn't have to decide between African American history and band, or African American history and ceramics, or African American history or a third-year foreign language. I think personally that I've learned more about US history as it pertains to African Americans in the last few weeks than I did throughout my entire K-12 experience. And that is why I think it is so important we put forth the effort to make this reality for our students. And I think that this need is urgent. So I'd like to see this course available, these efforts made to make it available in the fall. Assuming we reach this goal, I'd love to explore offering US history with an emphasis in Chicano studies and US history with an emphasis in ethnic studies as options for students to satisfy their 11th grade requirement. If the course is not approved by the state because it doesn't currently meet the framework, which now with this new evidence from those 2 schools I doubt, then I would like to work with the board to talk with the governor and the legislature to better define Education Code 51225.3 to allow students more flexibility in satisfying the US history requirement. Last thing I promise, and I'm sorry I'm being long tonight, because I know this is a lot, But I want to encourage our entire Ed Services team to begin reviewing all the courses that we offer, including math and science, and see how we can enhance the course to ensure that we are providing a curriculum that is diverse, culturally relevant, and rich, while providing a broad-based experience that looks through the lens of equity and inclusion, and that celebrates the diversity of the students that we serve. So with that, thank you for the time, Mrs. Alavi, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Ms. Locke-Dawson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi, and thank you, Mr. Lee. I appreciate those comments. This is a really momentous time in our history, and as leaders, I don't think we can ignore what's going on, and I'm glad we're not. And I think it's incumbent on us to not just do something, but do the right thing. And I know through pain, often change comes, and that's, I think, where we are now, which is heartening to me. It was in 2018, I believe, that I was working with Assemblymember Medina to craft and help with the ethnic studies legislation that he passed. At the time, the board and the district did not choose to write a letter of support for that legislation, just for a number of reasons. But we are now in a place, I think, where, like Mr. Lee has indicated, it's urgent and it's now, and we don't really have the luxury of not doing anything and standing by. So I appreciate his comments. It seems like the time is right now to really move that forward. And lastly, I just would like to congratulate all of our seniors and all of our staff and all of our teachers and everybody that had a hand in helping with our virtual graduations, and wishing everybody well. And I was glad to see was a long, hot few days there, but nothing was too difficult for the senior class. We had to get it done for them. So congratulations, everybody, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the board members for such good comments tonight. They really were valuable. And let me just add my thank you to Lynn Carmen Day, our Chief Academic Officer, who I will personally miss very much, and who has given so much to this district and really changed the direction of academics. And I know how dedicated she's been, and it's going to be very hard to be without her, but we wish her well in Upland as she takes on the job of superintendent. And I know she will make a difference there as much as she's made a difference here. So thank you. And now we will move to public input. Have there been any requests submitted for public input tonight?
Yes, Mrs. Alavi, we have 4 public input comments tonight, all in writing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our first comment this evening is from Tracy Fisher. To the members of the RUSD School Board, I'd like to thank RUSD for all it has done and continues to do for students during this global humanitarian crisis. The crisis is unprecedented in our lifetime, and we are all learning to live under these conditions. As a John W. North High School concerned parent, I write to you regarding RUSD's approach to the hold harmless grading policy, which required letter grades of middle and high school students last term. I ask you, your fellow superintendents, teachers, administrators, and principals within RUSD to seriously reconsider how this policy was delivered in our middle and high schools. I am deeply concerned it was not equitable for all RUSD students and that it unintentionally harmed them. The California Department of Education notes it is at the discretion of local education agencies to review their grading policies and determine what grading policies look like given the current crisis. The central aim of local education agencies is that they must take into consideration whether the grading system they implement will do harm to students and whether it is most equitable for all students. As you know, the CDE outlined at length the ways in which teachers and local education agencies must reconsider how learning, instruction, and feedback are offered during this time. In this regard, the CDE clarifies there should be multiple flexible and varied paths to feedback, learning, submitting work, and improving grades. All of the above are core elements of the hold harmless grading system. However, to what extent did RUSD's implementation of the policy by requiring letter grades for middle and high school students and limiting multiple paths to learning, feedback, submitting work, and instruction exacerbate inequalities already inherent in our educational system? As you are well aware, across the country and throughout California last spring, there were numerous discussions and campaigns to offer pass-fail or credit, no credit grades as the best option for students at universities, colleges, community colleges, and high schools. Riverside Community Colleges, for example, offered students the option of pass-fail, as is the University of California and the California State University System, not to mention colleges outside of California such as NYU, Emory, and Harvard. Even more school districts such as those in Long Beach and in more affluent districts such as Palo Alto and San Marino are implemented the hold harmless policy in this manner. San Francisco's implementation of the policy lifts a burden from students by offering them to support, Sorry, there's a technical difficulty here. So to submit work from the spring term until September as to not exacerbate and perhaps close any achievement gaps during the pandemic. While in Santa Ana, students were offered flexibility in improving grades and are able to make up any work missed prior to school closure on March 13th. In these school districts, offering students the option of pass-fail, credit, no credit, extended periods of time to do work, and multiple opportunities to make up or revise work embodies the spirit of the hold harmless policy and reflects a much more flexible, capacious, and transparent approach designed to support a wide range of students' needs. They serve as examples of what a hold harmless policy in practice could look like within RUSD. The school district mentions above and others.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're over the 3-minute mark. Do you have very much longer to go?
There are a few paragraphs left, Mrs. Alavi.
Okay, then I'm afraid that we're going to have to stop it there. And I am very sorry, but I think we did understand her concerns. So thank you.
Wonderful. We will go on to the next one from Bronwyn Liebau. Dear school board members, I thank you for your service during this challenging time. I also want to thank the faculty and staff working for the district for your tireless efforts to support our students and families. I am writing today as an RUSD parent who also serves as a UC Riverside professor and is the chair of an undergraduate program at UCR Global Studies, in order to raise concerns about some of the unintended harms associated with the decisions that were made as campuses closed down. I want to stress that my concerns are shared by other faculty members at UC Riverside. I also want to say that I appreciate the enormous stress that all of us were under in early March, as we tried to figure out how to proceed with online instruction. As I've investigated how other districts handled quarantine, I have become aware of two things that really set our district apart. First, most affluent and competitive districts in California chose to allow students to do a pass-fail grading option or an optional pass-fail, including Irvine, San Francisco, Palo Alto, Monterey Peninsula, Alameda, Kern, and many, many others. This was also the approach that was advocated by the UC admissions when they commented on it. Those who adopted this policy, including the UC admissions representatives, all stressed that assigning grades to students during this time would exacerbate radical inequities in this state. Inequities already profoundly worsened as a result of the COVID-19 crisis. Our district, along with LAUSD, chose a different route by implementing the so-called harmless hold policy, which would ensure that mid-quarter grades would not go down, but could in theory go up. Second, I have become aware that many kids across the state and country, even in very low-income school districts, receive many, many more instructional hours than our students received in the RUSD. The amount of instruction our students received over the spring quarter was so low that it hardly seemed worth the effort to distribute the Chromebooks and enable the Wi-Fi hotspots in the first place. With 2 kids in the district, I and a sizable network of parents that I know really felt like instruction had ceased altogether. There were check-ins, weekly 20 to 30-minute meetings to answer any questions, but unless they had a teacher that just decided to go above and beyond the agreement, they were teaching themselves. It's important to be clear here, they were teaching themselves chemistry, trigonometry, all kinds of things, with a collection of materials posted on Google Classroom, directives to visit Khan Academy, and things like that. The teachers did their best under the circumstances. This was the agreement that had been made. I'm not blaming them, but it is important to understand. This bore absolutely no relationship to anything I would call teaching and was nothing like an approximation of the classroom online. And yet they were still grading. They were still setting hard deadlines. It seems that teachers and administrators had arrived at the conclusion they had done enough to support their students by saying that grades could not fall after mid-quarter. This policy might have been harmless if there had been a very serious commitment to aiding students in improving their grades after the mid-quarter. However,
I'm sorry,
Yes.
but you've also exceeded the 3 minutes, so I appreciate that letter. Let's move on.
The next one is Connie Nugent. I would like to encourage the school system to analyze the impact of policy decisions made for spring 2020 instruction. Did the implementation of the grading policy lead to more student or teacher disengagement? Were there differences by school or by year in resulting grade distributions? Did the policy disadvantage certain student populations? What was the agreement with the teachers union, and did that lead to poor instruction? For how many classes or schools was there little to no live instruction or student feedback? Why did schools shut down 1 week early after already taking a long break? And our next public comment from John Chiaffi. RUSD previously announced a general policy of holding students harmless from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, consequent school closures, and truncated instruction. However, from what I have witnessed, grading practices and policies have necessarily held students harmless and may harm them with respect to their final grades. Some teachers and/or departments have adopted policies that did not permit students to improve their grades during the post-closure period to the same extent as they would have had if the schools had remained open. This penalizes students who, for whatever reason, were not performing up to their potential at the point when the quarantine began. This should be remedied if students are truly to be held harmless from an emergency beyond their control. Such inequities have been remedied efficiently in other districts in the state by allowing students to elect a pass-fail option for the spring term and for the final grade, for which the spring term's grades are a component. It appears that such policies have been adopted in many more affluent districts, which have opted to protect their students' GPAs and academic records to advance their college admissions prospects. RUSD should do the same for our typically far less advantaged students. And that concludes the public comments, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes, can I call on Ms. Patricia Locke-Dawson? Did you have a question?
I had a question of staff, and I think it was the third comment we got. The third person was asking questions of outcomes and what's going to happen. And I am curious if there's a way we can work with the UCR School of Education to perhaps conduct some of those studies. I know that's all primarily driven by the money that the district, or sorry, that UCR gets for its research, but this is not just, RUSD driven. It's a larger research question. I think it would be very interesting to a lot of people. So just asking perhaps our new Chief Academic Officer, thank you, Ms. Carmen Day, for your service, if we could possibly just start those conversations with some of the researchers at UCR. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll pass that along to our new academic officer. And we will move on to our consent agenda. Have there been any requests submitted for public comment on any consent items?
No, there have not, Mrs. Alavi.
All right. Then I will ask the board to consider a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Mrs. Lattleby, this is Tom Hunt. I will make that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. There's been a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Farouk. I am now going to do a roll call vote for the consent agenda. Mr. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Locke-Dawson?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I say yes, so that is a unanimous approval of the consent agenda. And now we are going to move on to a public hearing. Our first public hearing is going to be for the proposed 2019-20 Special Education Local Plan and the annual budget and annual service plan that go along with that. And I now would like to call upon Mr. Tim Walker to present that.
Good evening, President Alavi, members of the board, Dr. Hansen. This evening it's recommended that the Board of Education hold this meeting for the proposed 19-20 Special Education Local Plan, inclusive of the local budget plan and the annual service plan. The required documents that needed to be posted have been out there. And so this evening you may take action on this. I'm going to defer to Director Kirsten Frausto for the presentation of the short slides.
Okay, could I ask, have we received any public comment cards for this particular item?
Good evening, Mrs. Alavi. There are no public comment cards for this item.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good evening, Board President Alavi, Dr. Hansen, and members of the board. As Mr. Walker said, the California Department of Education requires that the governing board of each SELPA annually hold a public hearing and approve the special education local plan, inclusive of the annual budget plan and the annual service plan. The plans must then be submitted to the California Department of Education prior to June 30th of each year for final approval. At this time, I'd like to provide a brief overview of the plan. This year, the California Department of Education has developed and implemented a new template comprised of 4 sections. Section A lists our district contact information and certifies that we're holding a public hearing to adopt the annual budget and service plans. Section B covers governance and administration. This section has been delayed for implementation to July of 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but will provide information on our governance structure as well as our policies and practices. And Section D is what we know as the annual budget plan. This section provides information on our revenues and expenditures related to special education. And I'd like to express deep appreciation to our fiscal team, who are very collaborative partners in putting together this plan. Our state and federal revenue, as you can see, is $37,063,323, with approximately $8 million of that being provided from federal funds and the remaining $25 million from the state. It's important to keep in mind that this revenue is restricted and can only be used for expenses related to the implementation of our special education program. As you can see, our total expenditures are $91,208,756, and the general fund contributes about $52 million, or 58% of that, to make up the difference from the state and federal allocations. And finally, we have Section E, the annual service plan, which represents a description of all of the services being utilized in RUSD, as well as the location of those services in the current year. And that concludes the presentation.
Ms. Kirsten, will you please take a question from Mr. Brent Lee?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Thank you, Kirsten. So I'm just curious. I know that we have, I mean, it's the right thing to do, of course, and contributing to make sure that we're providing our special education students with the services and the programs and the resources that they need. But 60% is a big number. Is this something that's, and maybe it's for Maze too, is this something that's been budgeted? You know, we're prepared for this big of a difference, or is it a surprise?
Ms. Kakish, do you want to answer that now?
Sure, Mrs. Alavi. Yes, this whole presentation again was done in collaboration with the fiscal team and business services, and all of that has been anticipated and has been budgeted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, do you have another question?
No, that was it.
Okay, Dr. Farouk?
Thank you. My question is, and I'm not saying that staff necessarily have the answer right now, but just with all respect to all of the planning that we're doing related to COVID-19, how this overlays with, you know, how we will be serving our special education students. And I just want to get some kind of in terms of if there's some preliminary perspectives that we've gleaned on how we will be doing that, or as a subset of some of the task force committees, if that's how that's being addressed. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Fruch, this is how we're addressing the needs for our students with disabilities is a subset of all of our action teams, and members of the special education department are active members of all of those teams, and you'll hear more about that.
Okay. Dr. Fruch, is that okay?
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, then let's move along.
So Mrs. Olive, if there's no more comments from the board, then we can go ahead and close the public hearing and move to the action.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't quite realize that that was it. All right, we will now close the public hearing and move to the action item to approve the 2021 Special Education Local Plan. So that's the first item on the action agenda. Is there anything you wish to add then at this point? Anybody have any further questions? Then I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move. I'll second it.
Okay, who made the?
Brent made the motion and Dr. Farouk made the second.
Thank you very much. Okay, and then we'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Hunt?
With compliments to the staff, yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Yes.
And Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I say yes. So that plan does pass. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to our second item. Do we have any public comments on the second item?
No, Mrs. Olive, we do not have any comments for any of the action items this evening so far.
Thank you. Then we will talk about the election for Consolidated Governing Board Member biennial election. And Dr. Hansen, will you tackle this one?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And if I could have the presentation put up. This is that time of year when you want to, if you're taking part in an election, you need to get names on the ballot. And we have to be able to notify the County Registrar of Voters 123 days. Next slide, please. I believe it's 123 days in advance of that deadline. Yeah, I got it right. So you can see our elections are November the 3rd on Tuesday. And we must furnish the County Registrar of Voters 123 days prior to that. And that's July the 3rd, 2020. And so that's why we respectfully ask you to take action this evening, because we're still in June and beyond that 123 days. And we have 3 trustee areas that will be up for election, trustee areas 2, 3, and 4. And those are currently held by the board members that you see there at the bottom of this with trustee Lock-Dawson in area 2, Dr. Farouk in area 3, and Mr. Tom Hunt in area 4. So we are meeting that request by the county registrars by bringing this to your attention this evening. And so I'd respectfully ask for your consideration to take action on this item, please.
Thank you. Do any board members have any questions about this item? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second. It's Brent.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And the roll call vote, Mr. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I say yes, so that does pass. Thank you very much. And now we will take a look at the 2021 budget, which we are going to take action on tonight. And as you know, we took a look at the last meeting. Ms. Kakish?
Yes, good evening again. This is the time of the year where we actually we have an obligation to adopt our next fiscal year budget by June 30th. And so before you is our proposal for 2021. It is based on the governor's May revision of his January budget proposal. And so we've incorporated what we believe right now is our best estimates of the revenues at the state level. As far as expenditures, we have included the same level of services as the previous year and level of staffing and the same level of any other services. So I'd like to, in this presentation, just go through the slides, which they are really the book that we are going to be publishing. And this book is about 200 pages. Now, what I'm going to go through is just the first few pages to give you a summary of our budget. And then the rest of the pages are really the SAC software that is required to build the budget and by the state of California. So that's actually what we submit. But for the benefit of the audience and benefit of any of our community members, really they can't read the SAC software. So we built the summary of it, or the content, in those few pages that I'd like just to go over the content area. So if we can go to the next, I hear a question. Do you?
In right now, or whoever you ask.
No, I don't see any questions.
Okay, so the next page in the book has the content area. The page after that is our district mission and values. Then we have our Board of Education and current administration, our Superintendent, Dr. Hansen. Then we have the budget cycle, again, just to let our community and stakeholders know that this is a cycle and this is the piece in that cycle, and it's the adopted budget as of July 1st. This is what we will enact. And then we have an update at the first interim, second interim, third interim, and then the unaudited actuals until the auditors certify that they are audited financial statements. Then we have included in the next page the budget policy, the next few pages actually. And then we go down to what we call fund accounting page. And that's just, again, for the benefit of our audience to know the components of our budget. The budget contains, stop right there. It contains the general fund, along with a lot of different funds like special revenue funds and capital projects for facilities, and any of our debt financing. And this is the definition of them. Then we go down to a page that we've included in this book, just because it's a very special year. It's a COVID-19 year. We wanted somebody in the future that would be looking at this year and wondering, why did we adopt this budget, to know a little bit about some of the ramification of COVID-19 and the impact on our budget. We also, then the next page went through budget assumptions. We did a lot more detail than usual as far as budget assumptions when it comes to cost of living adjustment, our LCFF formula assumptions. We have enrollment assumptions, and we have school year and retirement rates and other rates in that page. Next page is a visual of our enrollment projections. So it has a trend and it has our projection for next year. And as you see, this gives you a clear picture that we have been in decline for a while and for many different factors, but the main factor is lower birth rates. And so what we wanted to do with this is just to make sure that this is very clear to our community. We have incorporated that in the budget, and we have adjusted our enrollment accordingly and the revenue. The next page is enrollment by school. So in the event community members are interested to know each school, we have elementary, middle school, and high schools and specialty schools. Then we have the next page is programs that are restricted. You know, we know that the budget in general fund, and as you'll see in the few slides, is over $500 million, but 182 million of that is restricted programs. So that means they're targeted for a specific purpose in our budget. So the next page is the continuous of that and the total. The next page, we added a paragraph regarding the local control accountability plan. For the last 7 years, since this been a requirement at the state level, we have taken our budget at the same time for adoption as we adopt the local accountability plan. And so with the fact that COVID-19 has impacted several different things at the state level, the state has given flexibility for the accountability plan to be adopted in December rather than this time of the year. And with that, we just wanted to include a paragraph in the event they see that interruption, because we have been taking them together for adoption. Usually we do public hearings together in May and we adopt in June. So this time we took the public hearing for the budget by itself in May and the adoption in June. And we will come back and update all of that for our first update of the budget in the first interim report in December to align with the LCAP. Now, there might be another update that we will take to you before that, because there is a lot of negotiation that's happening at the state level between the legislators' form of their budget versus the governor's form. And it's far off from each other. And pending that negotiation, we'll have an adopted budget that gets enacted in July. And so if that is significantly different of what we're adopting tonight, we will come back to you with an update in August. The next,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
the next few pages are the presentation that we prepare usually for you. And I'm just gonna also glance over it because you have seen it in several different formats. And so let's go into those slides. If we can go on to the next page, please. Thank you. Let's go to the next slide. Many of the information that's in the presentation reflects, I'm sorry, you could have continued in that book, because the presentation is in the book itself. Okay, thank you. The next slide, please. Summary of the assumptions, mainly due to the governor's May revision, which the main thing that was a surprise to all of us is the 10% reduction in the local control funding formula. And that has been incorporated in the revenue, and you'll see the effect of it in the reduction in revenue. The next slide. These are our assumptions for the multi-year projections. We are obligated by the state of California to adopt a multi-year projection for 3 years, the budget year and a subsequent 2 years. And these are the rates that we incorporated for our assumptions in these categories. The next slide is our total income. And as you know, and you can see the big difference is in the area of local control funding formula with a reduction of 10% for that. The next slide, a visual of components of our revenue. Next slide is our total expenditures. As you see, we have not necessarily decreased expenditures yet. We will go through a process, what we call a budget stabilization process, to look at all of these categories and do it in collaboration with stakeholders within our school district and the community. Next slide is a visual and the components in a graph, in a pie chart. Next slide. We have incorporated multi-year projections, as I just said, which is a 3-year projection. With the fact that we have the reduction in revenue and we have not incorporated any solutions with expenditures, we are looking to be with 57 million negative in the 3rd year. And so our work will start immediately. Our first financial stabilization process is on June 23rd. We believe with the fact that we are ending with $75 million this year in the ending fund balance, it would give us an opportunity to use at the minimum the first half of the year as a planning. There is solutions that could be incorporated immediately as of July 1st. There's other solutions that needs negotiation with our bargaining units. And then there's other solutions that could be incorporated in the 2nd and 3rd year that would make the big impact. So that work is yet to come, and updates will be following to our board. Next slide. This gives you an opportunity to see it with the restricted dollars and the unrestricted dollars. So this is the unrestricted, and that's where the main cut was incorporated. The next slide is the restricted dollars. Restricted revenue is for one purpose, and usually we will adhere and make it self-sustaining within that program. And that's been something that we have been doing all along for many years. And so we don't anticipate to see a lot of change to the restricted area of the budget. It's only the dollars that are discretionary and are unrestricted for the general purpose of our program. Next slide. The next few slides, I'm going to go through them and then I'll answer any questions because I know the board has seen this report ahead of time as the components of the fund balance. So you'll see the components of the $75 million that we are ending this year with, and our projection to go down to $54 million in the fund balance in the next year. And in the areas of non-spendable, the next few slides is going to describe non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned. And we'll go through them a little bit quicker. This is restricted. Next slide. Committed, and mainly for set-asides. Next slide. This is where the categories that are assigned. Next slide. Unassigned is 21 million is our projection for next year. Now, let's stop right here. And just so you know that the unassigned category, which is a reserve for economic uncertainties, by us going down to a negative amount, that means we will be exhausting all of our areas of the assigned fund balance. And therefore, our plan is not to get to that level. Many of the assigned areas are restricted for that purpose, and we will continue to be compliant with that. So next page is our next steps. So by September 15th, our COE will approve or conditionally approve or disapprove our budgets. We believe with us adopting a budget that's basically qualified, or it would have been qualified if we were in the first interim report. Because we're not meeting our required reserve in the third year, we're actually negative. What I believe that the county will do, because many of the districts will be in the same boat, actually all districts in California, absent doing any of their solutions yet, we will probably be conditionally approved. And come December, we will have to bring to the Riverside County Office of Education and the state of California a plan to how we will switch our fund balance from negative to a positive with the required reserve in the third year. And it has to be an unrestricted required reserve. And so we will start that process, as I said earlier, and update you. Let's go to, I think we're at the end of our slides. The last slide is some dates. So as I mentioned earlier, we will convene the Financial Stabilization Committee on June 23rd, and that's already been set, and the stakeholders group have been identified. We will have a plan by October 31st in order for it to be incorporated in the second interim report, in the first interim report. And we will also continue to lobby for additional flexibility, and that will be part of our solutions. We will slow the spending, and we have incorporated some of that as far as hiring. We've put a managed hiring process. And when it comes to spending, we've also put a managed spending process, as we still have to do a lot of different spending under the COVID-19 requirements. And then we will await for the new revision by the Governor of California when they adopt the July budget. And I think that's it, and I'll stop for questions.
Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Alavi. And thank you, Ms. Lakish, for your leadership and this thorough update on the budget to adopt. So I know we've been studying this budget extensively already. This is obviously not the first time we're seeing it. My question to you is, I know that Kevin Gordon has been briefing our leadership about the state of the negotiations, and I know it's still a process right now between the governor and the legislature. What's your initial reaction to the possibility that COLA might be the only casualty as it relates to school district funding, how that would play out? I just want to get your reactions on the current state of those negotiations.
my guess would be that this is the extreme. This is the worst case scenario that we are adopting based on the governor's May revision. And I believe that there could be additional revenue that is sent to us by the federal government and by flexibility from the state. And so what the legislator has reached an agreement on is a more realistic budget that has a lot of solid ideas to protect K-12 education. And I think there's and the governor is also pro K-12. So I think they'll reach an agreement that is better than what we're adopting, is my guess. So we will come back and adjust to that. Now, many of the solutions that's in the budget right now is temporary. Majority of the funds that offset some of the cuts is one-time funds, whether it's the stimulus package or the CARES Act. So with that in mind, I believe our work will still have to take place to come up with solutions for the second and the third year. And so that's my analysis of what's going to happen in the future.
Thank you. We're fortunate that due to our proactive planning and expanding the reserve requirement and having a larger ending cash balance, that we're better situated in the short term to plan for those 3 years ahead. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions for Ms. Kakish? If not, we can entertain a motion for approval of the budget.
Mrs. Alavi, it's Mrs. Lock Dawson. Just one quick question and then I'll move to approve. Mrs. Kakish, can you just say very briefly, just a few words about who is serving on the Budget Stabilization Committee?
Sure. So it's representation of our bargaining unit leadership in CSCA and our CTA, Riverside Teachers Association. There's representation from cabinet. There's representation from different department that gets impacted by any of the cuts, such as M&O and the educational program departments in detail. We also have representation from the school sites at the elementary, at the middle school, and at the high school. Now, this is at the beginning of the process, and as we've done in the past, because as Dr. Farouk has mentioned, this is not the first time we have done the stabilization process. We then take it out to the community representatives and parent representatives as a second phase after a lot of the detail gets studied at the detail level, and we have some recommendation to run by our community and parent groups.
All right, thank you very much, appreciate it. And I would move approval.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Now I'll take the roll call vote. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Lock Dawson?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I say yes, so the budget is approved. Thank you, Ms. Kakish.
Thank you.
And now we need to talk about Community Facilities District number 32 and a resolution that might go along with that. Ms. Kakish, do you want to address that as well?
Yes, thank you again. This particular CFD, as a reminder, was established on May 21st, 2016, when we actually formed the CFD. And we are before you to issue the bonds at this level, and we have invited our consultant, from the CEO of Fieldman Rowlap and Associates, Mr. Adam Bauer, to have a presentation to the board regarding the detail of this sale.
Great. Thank you for your time. We also have Mernal Shaw from BBK on the line as well to be able to help with any legal questions. This is CFD number 32. We've already sold one series of bonds from this CFD. And so we're calling this one the 2020 Series B. And this one uses the additional development that's taken place in that CFD. And then these bonds, the principal and interest, are wrapped around the existing series, which we'll show you in a moment. So if we could please turn to the next slide. The next slide, hopefully, my internet might be slow. Hopefully it's a little clearer for other folks. Onto the far left there, what we're showing is that municipal market data I told you about, and that's essentially like our Dow Jones Industrial Average of municipal bonds. And the blue line represents a 10-year MMD, so a 10-year maturity, and the red line represents a 30-year maturity. And so the longer investors loan money to the district, the more interest they want. And so that red line is always higher, or almost always higher, than what the blue line would be. What you probably noticed to the far right there is a bit of a spike in the interest rates, and that was that was when the COVID-19 really, we all kind of discovered what was happening, and governments were starting to shut down and make sure that we all, did some social distancing. And so what was happening was there was a sell everything. So essentially investors were saying, we don't want municipal bonds, we don't want equities, we don't want oil. All they want is things like cash, like treasuries, checking accounts, savings accounts, that type of thing. So things like this got sold off very quickly, and that's when rates rose. So when investors say they don't want bonds, rates go higher. And then things started to calm back down, and now we're at all-time lows again. There's a chart that we were showing on the far right that doesn't seem to have come through with all our email exchanges back and forth on this. But what that shows is the rates, it shows kind of dramatically how the rates went up, how they came back down towards Easter, and then they spiked again at Easter. I think a lot of folks thought we were opening up around that time frame. And then after Easter, it came down, and now we've just kind of stabilized for the last 3 weeks at historic lows. So all that is to say, interest rates are very low right now, even lower than when we went into the kind of COVID-19 shutdowns. So if we could turn to the next slide, please. And so for those who can see it, the bar charts to the far right are in light blue. And what those light blues represent is for each one of those maturities. So I showed you the 10 and the 30-year MMD before. Now I'm showing you years 1 through 30. And those bars, those blue bars, show the difference that interest rates have been during that period of time. And hopefully what everyone can see in that chart is the red line is near the bottom of that. And what that shows is that interest rates are near the historic lows going back to 2005. So then to the far right there, this is the inflows and outflows of money into municipal bond funds. And so if it's green, money's flowing in. If it's red, money's flowing out. That huge red spike that you see there on the far right, that was when those interest rates were spiking. That was when investors were saying, we don't want municipal bonds. We want cash, essentially. And so that's when rates rose. And then now money's come trickling back in, kind of a pretty modest pace, but money has continued to flow in. So all that really is the macro environment. It tells you what we're entering into with CFD number 32. We'll now start to get in a more micro level about the CFD more specifically. So if we could please go to the next slide. So the next slide, Ms. Kakish gave some details about this. And on July 18, 2016, you finished the completion of the CFD, or the formation of it. We sold our first series of bonds May 17, 2018. And then now we're coming back for that final series. This is probably, you're probably looking at this and saying how quick this has all taken place. Given that we've had such a long economic downturn in housing, how long it took to come back. I mean, just recently we were selling bonds that were on CFDs that were formed in 2005. And then now we're selling bonds in set 18 and 20 from a CFD that was formed in 2016. And that really shows you that the economy and the homes being sold in this area are going exactly as they should, in a more traditional manner, not what we've seen kind of over 2005 to 2015 era. So if we could turn to the next slide, please. It's always interesting to see where these CFDs are. And this map is a bit dated. This map that we have here is from 2018. So there's more homes there now than what we show here. But just try to give a perspective of where the Citrus Heights community is and how it's broken into 3 kind of distinct projects there. And those are highlighted in blue for Hillcrest, pink for Floral Ridge, and green for Orchard. So next slide, please. Here it is, sources and uses, and also I told you how we already have bonds outstanding. I want to just show you how that all fits together. So to the far left are your sources and uses, very traditional, what I've shown you in the past. And you can see there that we have all the different fees being financed. We have school fees, Western Municipal Water District fees, city fees, and also county facilities. This is all because all these agencies work together to be able to sell bonds under one bond sale to make sure that you don't incur these cost of issuance 4 times. You got it all covered under one. And that was a real cooperative effort that the district took to make that happen. Then you have a debt service fund. That's essentially what that does is it's about 1 year's worth of debt service to give cushion to investors if it's ever needed. And then you have your cost of issuance and underwriter's discount down below, which covers all the professionals involved. So to the right of that, we show the aggregate debt service, and we show your 2020 bonds section of the left half of it. And to the right, you see the 2018 bonds. And then all the way to the far right, so it's very important, I always point out to you in CFDs, is this says 1.1 or 110%. That means we've structured these so that these bonds have 10% coverage. And that's something that's important to investors, and it's also something important to the district to make sure we have that coverage. The next slide, please. What we want to provide here is a sample tax bill and kind of show what a homeowner is paying. There's several layers to a tax bill. So we chose we have an appraisal that we did on this project that came in at $562,000 for this type of home. When you discount that by a $7,000 homeowner exemption, and if a homeowner lives there, they can file for with the county. That home is about 2,400 square feet, just to give you an indication of how large of a home that is. That first section is ad valorem, and there's percentages by that. Ad valorem is essentially saying that that's a percentage-based tax. Everyone in that community has the same level or same tax rate. You just multiply it by the assessed value or property in some cases. And then below that, you have assessments, which are generally not based on values. But what falls within that is our CFD number 32. So you probably see that it's kind of near the bottom there. It says Riverside Unified School District CFD number 32, and it has a footnote by it, which kicks over to the right there, just giving more details. But this gives you your goals and policies. Say you won't form a CFD with a tax rate to over 2%, and so you're below that. And so you've really, that means homes have increased in value at a greater level than we all originally projected when the CFD was formed. So next slide, please. So here's Hillcrest, another one, same information. We just wanted to break it down by those different colors that we showed you before. So we can go to the next slide, please. And then this one, the Hillcrest, and it's right at that, just a tad over that 2%. So in this area, the homes haven't gone up quite as much as they had in some of the other areas, but still right in line with what we had hoped for when we did the formation. Next slide, please. And so you have several different, I'm not sure there's, if we could just go to the next slide, please. So we have a number of different tax bills here. They're all kind of showing the same thing. But if we get to the financing schedule, we probably have the incorrect terminology. We met with members of the finance committee, not per se finance committee, through a virtual meeting. And then I have our front of you for board consideration this evening. Since the market is so good right now, we're hopeful to print the preliminary official statement, the document that goes out to investors tomorrow, and that will allow us to get in the market on or around June 24th and then close the first week in July. I've always told you on or around is important, but it's especially important in this market. The market is low, but it's bouncing around quite a bit. So we certainly hope for that June 24th, but we need some flexibility on that. So that concludes the slides we prepared. Both Mernal and I are also available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bauer. Do any of the board members have a question at this time?
Question, Mrs. Alavi, if I may.
Yes.
I'd just like to, Mr. Bauer or Ms. Kakis, I'd like to understand more about, and I compliment you on how we packaged with the city and the water district and the county together, how that came about. Impressed by that.
Usually it's actually the cost of issuance gets split on all So Adam, do you want to speak a little bit more in detail on that?
Yeah, so and Mernal can give us more detail on the specifics of how the Miller-Roos Act works, but the Miller-Roos Act allows for one agency to serve as the lead agency, and then the parties that enter into a joint community facilities agreement, which we've called the JCFA in the past with you, if all parties and the developer enter into that agreement, what then it does is it gives permission for the lead agency to finance the facilities for those other agencies. And the district coordinated with all those other parties to make that happen. And so now there's one bond sale instead of potentially 4 bond sales.
Thank you. And Adam, if I missed it, I apologize, but of those 3 areas, those 3 developments that showed us, how many homes are coming in there? Do you have that information, or? And you froze, Adam, you completely
I do. It's Mernal. There are 343 homes that will be developed.
Thank you very much.
And most of them, I think, are already developed. There are only a few that are left.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Adam.
Are there any further questions? Then I will entertain a motion for approving the authorization to issue the bonds for Community Facilities District number 32.
So moved.
So moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Locke Dawson. Now I will do a roll call. Mr. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Locke Dawson?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I say yes. So that does pass, and we will be issuing those bonds. Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Appreciate your input. Okay, and now we are considering the approval of a new RUSD board policy on equity, which is presented for a very first reading. And I will ask for Dr. Perez to please make the presentation.
Thank you, and good evening, President Alavi, Dr. Hanson, and esteemed board members. This presentation actually highlights board policy action items J5 through J9. So I'm going to provide a brief summary for each of those to provide some context. And as Jeff is pulling up the slide, if you can go ahead to the next one. So we have one new board policy, and that's 0415 on equity, as well as 2 admin regs that I would like to share with you. Go ahead to the next slide. We have a few, the bulk of them are actually revisions due to federal program monitoring. And so those are very minor edits, and those are presented as revisions. If you can go to the next slide. So I'm actually really excited about this board policy. Over the summertime, the Equity Task Force spent some time to develop and really craft this board policy. What it does is really reiterate our strong message of what equity means to us as a district. It formalizes the adoption of our RUSD equity definition and tenet, but it also reinforces our commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion. Go ahead to the next slide. What it does also is highlight 9 key points, and there's so many of your comments that really are synthesized here. A few, for example, are to routinely assess student needs, build a positive school climate, adopt instructional materials that accurately reflect the diversity amongst student groups, collaborate with the community, and conduct regular program evaluations. So again, this reiterates our commitment to equity and inclusion. Go ahead to the next slide. So these next 2 slides highlight the 2 admin regs that during the summertime, a group of principals worked on. We took some guidance from samples from San Francisco Unified School District, who do have a very solid base of equity, and we look to them often as a resource. So with this board policy, admin reg, really provides proactive directions for staff on how to deal with hate-motivated behavior on campuses. That was a big need all throughout this year. It was voiced by our equity task force as well. So this drills down to some very clear steps and guidelines for administrators on staff on what to do when students pose these hate-motivated behaviors. What we'll also be doing is that there'll be further training for our staff and administrators on what this would actually look like in practice. So again, they were created by a team with some principals and also reviewed by our equity task force. Go ahead to the next slide, if you don't mind. So very, very excited about this. In addition, that there was a revision on the non-discrimination and harassment board policy, we crafted this administrative regulation in support of our non-binary, transgender, and gender non-conforming students. What this does is really provide guidance for our staff to support our LGBTQ+ students on campuses. And it gives some common definitions and understanding for our RUSD staff. So this has been needed, and super excited that we can provide this level of guidance for our staff to support our students on all of our campuses. Go ahead to the next slide. So I just wanted to highlight this as an example of one of the revisions. As I said, for the few that are due to FPM, this is an example, is that we needed to comply with their direction to include additional protected classes. And so this is an example of a revision that that is in the non-discrimination and harassment board policy. In the rest of the board policies, there were some updates to language and some very minor, such as we may involve staff to we shall involve staff. And those are all denoted on the board policy itself. Go ahead to the next slide. So President Alavi, tonight's action items presented a first read of both the revised and new board policies. But as we review them, please know that you have the direction to take action on the item tonight if it is the pleasure of the board.
Thank you. Dr. Farouk, I believe you had a comment.
Yes, thank you, President Alvey. I really want to commend Dr. Perez and the whole team. This is really very comprehensive, very thoughtfully done. And I know that it might seem that this is very serendipitous timing with everything that's been going on, and it is. But I think this is the fact that this has been able to come together in the manner it has, I think is a testament to the fact that one, our district has already been having policies address different aspects of this before that we're strengthening with stronger language. And even though those distinctions might seem minor on the surface, in reality, these distinctions provide a lot more of, again, of depth to the situation. Secondly, I also want to mention that Equality California has been very active to engage our school district. And I think, you know, again, from a timing standpoint, with the recent Supreme Court decision, which protects LGBT from discrimination, that one, I mean, the fact that it even had to be done now is, I think, is unfortunate. But I think that's a very beautiful and inspiring aspect. And with Pride Month as well this month, I think the collective aspect of this is just really fantastic. And I just really want to commend staff. Lastly, if the board is amenable to it, I'd like to propose the motion for J5 through 9 collectively, as opposed to going through individually, because I think they are complementary and express our sentiments that we are a board that values and stands behind all of our students. So that's my suggestions and proposed motion if the board's amenable. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Dr. Perez, for all your efforts and the efforts of your entire team. I agree with Dr. Farouk. I think the timing couldn't be more appropriate tonight to be able to discuss this and potentially adopt it tonight. But this isn't something that was hastily put together as a reaction to the things that have happened in the last few months, but years worth of work, and with the input of not only staff members, teachers, classified employees, but members of our community, members of our faith-based community, parents, students. So I think this is all-encompassing and very appropriate and necessary, especially in light that our mission now encompasses the word equity and board priority, or the board priority is equity. So I'm really proud of the work that you've done, Dr. Perez, and the entire team. So I do have a couple questions though, because I think a policy is only as good as it is, supported and publicized, right? So my question has to do, we have lots of policies, but how often do our staff, our teachers, recognize what our policies are so that they know to adhere to them? That's my first question. My second question has to do with resources. So we mentioned, instructional materials as part of these, and I know some of the things that I addressed in my board comments would likely require resources, financial resources to buy the appropriate materials. So are those budgeted currently to be able to satisfy this policy requirement? And then my last one, which Dr. Farouk touched on, has to do with the recent Supreme Court decision, and that does that have any impact on this policy, or do we already address the decision that the Supreme Court made in regards to our LGBTQ community?
Okay, I will try to make sure I address all of your many questions, Trustee Lee. How often are they updated? I know prior to, because some of these board policies sit in pupil services with Mr. Walker's team, they're updated and generally provided out to our administrators. With these in particular, with the hate motivated behavior and with LGBTQ+ students, we are going to be providing a little bit more guidance for our principals, because they require actions and some very clear guidance, as well as the modifications for the uniform complaint process as well. So we are working on that this summer to make sure that principals have all of the tools that they need. So with regards to resources, that is going to be our work this summer as well, is where do we already have funds that we can just make some modifications, because these are important for our equity work throughout the district. And also we're taking these all into consideration with the LCAP revision, keeping an eye on the focus of social emotional supports for students, the equity work, and safety. So those are all going to be kind of bundled together. Additional pieces that I just want to share too is just with some of the other policies that were updated around UCP and processes. We will be working with a smaller team to update our processes and kind of complaint processes, so they're a lot easier for our families to understand and utilize as issues come up. But most important is making sure our staff are ready and know and have the skill set to be able to mitigate when these concerns arise.
Just a follow-up comment. I mean, I think it would be worthwhile. I mean, while all of our policies are important, this one being newer and part of our mission statement, sometimes I wonder if the message doesn't get communicated clearly once it hits our administrators, or the communication from our administrators to our staff is different depending on primary or secondary, just because of the size of the school or the availability to communicate with the whole team. So I'm wondering if we want to take maybe an additional step in terms of actually marketing this policy out to our staff, so that it's clearly defined and made aware to everybody, so that everybody knows this policy exists and that it's critical that they follow this policy. So just wanted to share that insight.
Thank you. Great suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further comments? I would only make one short little, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hunt.
Yeah, I'd sent you a note. I apologize. Maybe didn't get
sorry.
to it. This morning, in fact, thank you, Dr. Perez. this morning, National Public Radio had a report that had just come out, a study that was done, and it very strongly, not suggested, recommended even stronger than that, that the teaching of harmonious racial relations and diversity needs to fall back on the schools, that it seems to be failing at the homes, and that it is in the best interest of the schools, and really to start at a very young age and solidify all that. So thank you, Dr. Perez. This is 3 years, Mrs. Alavi, of stellar work by our staff. Dr. Perez, just one question to help me understand. It kind of goes back to Mr. Lee's question or comments about enacting this. In policy 0415, equity, and then also in just asking, choice of words, and in hate and policy administrative reg 5145.9, hate motivated behavior. You use the term proactively. And I know about you that you think that way and mean that way. Tell me, let's just take one, proactively promote positive school climate. What is your thoughts on working with our principals and others to proactively do that?
I will share, just at our leadership symposium 2 weeks ago, Dr. Hansen put forth a very clear call to action for all of our principals and leaders to act on the issues that they're seeing at their school. And so just last week, we touched bases with all the principals in smaller groups, and they are taking that on with positive behaviors. The example with the Martin Luther King cluster that Mrs. Alavi shared, they are collectively getting out in front of any potential hate motivated behavior that is going to arise and really be at the forefront to build the school climate. So kids at a really early age in elementary school can understand what all of that means. And it's super grade level appropriate, but that's being proactive. We're gonna get out in front and really build the positive school climate.
Well, thank you. And Mrs. Alavi, if you need a second to Dr. Farouk's motion, I'm ready to do so. Thank you, Dr. Perez. We really are impressed what you've done and appreciate it.
Mrs. Alavi, this is Dr. Hansen. Just one last comment. It is the work of the team. And I know that we had our leadership symposium a couple weeks ago, and there was a clear call of action, 3 of them. But then equally impressive, last week, Renee Hill, Jackie Perez, and I met with all of the clusters. So all the feeder schools to Arlington, all the feeder schools to North, and through all the high school, through all the schools. And we spent an hour talking about this very thing, call to action, talking about the problems of practice that we call them, looking for things, mining for the inequities and fixing them in policies and practices and procedures and processes. And it sent quite a statement last week when you got in this meeting of, 8, 9, 10 principals, and you saw the new chief academic officer, you saw assistant superintendent, and you saw superintendent talking about this whole work on getting rid of all inequities and meaning all means all for all students and all employees. So kudos to Dr. Perez again for helping us lead this work. And I want to compliment the board for approving that we restructure and reconstitute, if you will, Dr. Perez's duties away from what she had been doing the first 2.5 years to what she has been doing this 6 years. So we'll absolutely see things move as quickly and as fast as we can, because our kids are counting on us to create these inclusive environments for all students, just as our employees are counting on us to create this inclusive environment. So I just think the board and the community need to hear that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hansen. And my only comment would, because I think the content is perfect. I think it's definitely where we need to be as a district and where we need to go as a community. And I would just ask that we tweak the format so that it matches all of the other board policies. The purpose being just a 1 or 2 sentence purpose. And then the position is where your policy then takes over. And I'm just doing that to make sure that they're all in alignment. Otherwise, I think we have had a motion for approval by Dr. Farouk, and I thought I heard a second by Mr. Lee. Did I?
It was Mr. Hunt.
Oh, Mr. Hunt. Okay, I'm very sorry. Okay, it has been moved and seconded, and now we will take a vote. Mr. Hunt,
Yes.
Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Ms. Lock Dawson,
Yes.
Dr. Farouk,
Yes.
and I say yes. And with that takes us through from, if I understand your motion correctly, 5 through 9. Is that correct?
That's correct. If I could just make one more
Yes.
statement. I just wanted to piggyback off of what Trustee Lee said earlier about the internal outreach to our staff and everything. I think that's really often overlooked, and I appreciate Dr. Perez's comments on that. I also just want to say that I know that typically we put out to our community public-facing stakeholders as well when we take these actions. I would just urge staff, and obviously assuming the board is amenable, to make it a cohesive narrative that again frames that this has been an effort that's been culmination for years, and that it's something that's expanding, and that all of these disparate actions are actually, like I said, a cohesive narrative. If that's amenable, I would just encourage that approach.
Thank you. I think that's a really great idea. All right, if I don't hear anything else, we will move on to item 10, which is our local control accountability plan operations written report.
Good evening again. This will be very brief. So as the team puts up the slide deck, what these few slides is going to provide an overview of the LCAP operations written report. So as you recall, the timeline for the LCAP was adjusted due to school closures. So like Mrs. Kakish mentioned, so on the date of the adopted budget, we are also bringing this operations report. I'll just we'll keep talking even though the slides are not here. So the written report does provide a very high level summary of our programs, distance learning, school meals, and school supervision. So it's about a 3-page report that was attached to the item that addresses the, oh, thanks, Jeff. If you can go ahead, next one. Next one. Perfect. Components of the report is the major impact of closures that it had on students and families, what we did with our English learners, fosters, and low income, distance learning, school meals, and supervision of students. So if you don't have any questions about it, go ahead to the next slide. Then at the pleasure of the board, I request that you approve the LCAP operations written report this evening.
My question for you, Dr. Perez, is this will be sent to the state now, and then the full LCAP will go up later. Is that true?
This is correct. So this actually goes to our county office. So it'll go to our COE, and we post it on the website. The full LCAP, that'll take place in December.
Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Mrs. Alvey, I have one. Just
go ahead.
And perhaps Dr. Perez or Dr. Hanson would, what is our process when guided by the county when if we identify or if self-identified either a student or an employee that has COVID, and of course they've been around other people, if they think they might have COVID, if their mother had it or something. So how do we handle that, Dr. Hanson or Dr. Perez?
Dr. Hanson, I would defer to you or Mr. Walker.
So no, that's a good question. I know that we just were talking about the LCAP report, but I get the the COVID. Remember, under COVID, the governor gave us extensions to have the LCAP not approved at this meeting, but or pushed it back to December 15th meeting. And tonight was just an update because of COVID to show that we still had to, number one, approve a budget, and number two, show written response to the community about the LCAP.
Thank you.
Now for COVID specifically, Mr. Hunt, as far as when an employee comes down with COVID or when a student comes down with COVID, what I can do is I can provide in writing, we can provide in writing and give to the board the specific steps. I was in a meeting yesterday with Dr. Cameron Kaiser, who is Riverside County's health director, and he was talking about the process. We'll still follow very closely to. He gave the perfect example for me. He said, it's no different, you guys. This is a meeting with all the superintendents. No different than what we do right now when someone tests positive for TB or chickenpox. You notify their office, you tell them the student's or the employee's name, they'll ask certain questions. Was there social distancing? Did they come in contact? Who are the names? We give his office the names. They reach out to those individuals and let them know and encourage them to go get tested. So we do have it in writing. We can share it with you as a follow-up, but it's at the lead from Dr. Kaiser and the health department. And it just made all the sense when he said, guys, it's no different than what you do right now for TB and for chickenpox. And he rattled off a few other things. So, but we'll put it in writing and send you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. I would assume that having the county is proper to carry this, and I would assume it has to do with HIPAA laws as well. And I know that our employees out there, and I think the parents will appreciate your answers on this. Thank you.
Yeah. Matter of fact, when we notify folks, employees that they were in contact with someone, we don't mention names because of the HIPAA laws, just that you were in contact with someone. Now, that's how we'll follow it going forward with individual students should that occur when we're all back together, or with employees right now, as our essential employees are already back together, and all employees will be back come that the middle part of July. And so we'll continue to follow the county guidelines that have been in place for years, and we're very familiar with those processes.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. And now we're looking for a motion to approve this interim LCAP report, the operations written report. If I could have a motion, please.
I'll move approval.
Thank you, Ms. Lock-Dawson. And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. And now I'll do a roll call. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
And I say yes. So that does that will get filed with the county. And now we will move on to reports and discussions. Have there been any public comments for any of the reports and discussion items?
Yes, Mrs. Alavi, when we get to item K2, we have 5 comments.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Then we will start with K1, which is the update on success indicators and assessments. Dr. Sosa or Dr. Lewis, I guess.
Good evening, Mrs. Alavi. I believe Dr. Sosa is joining the meeting. So just as a quick update, there have been lots of changes and new developments regarding state indicators and also local indicators over the past few months with all the changes of COVID-19. So we're going to ask Dr. Sosa to come in and give us an update of the current systems and our plans for the fall regarding our assessment continuum. Dr. Sosa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis, and good evening, President Alavi, Superintendent Hanson, members of the Board of Education, and our viewing public. Next slide, Jeff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight and just give you a brief update on some state and assessment accountability measures that have been impacted by COVID and those impacts on students and families, and then take a look at our district accountability system we have here within our RUSD. Next slide. The closure of California schools in response to the coronavirus pandemic made it virtually impossible for the state to administer the typical year-end assessments and to calculate the accountability measures used for those assessments. So as you can see, there were 3 main categories of assessments that were suspended or conditionally suspended or on hold. Those assessments that we typically have at the end of the year, or our CASP assessments, were all suspended for the 1920 school year. The very important assessment that we give all English learners was conditionally suspended. And when we finally get back in front of students again, we will go ahead and resume testing our brand new students to the district with the LPAC. The on-hold assessments would be those California and national assessments that have to do with high school equivalency. And those were suspended because testing centers were closed as a response to the coronavirus pandemic. Next slide. Within RUSD, we're guided by our success indicators, which are found in our Guide for Instructional Direction 2.0. Some of those metrics are directly aligned with the California dashboard, and a number of them are custom metrics that we came up with here in the district and calculate using district and other state sources. Those assessments that are underlined in pink are connected directly with the dashboard, and those assessments in green, those would be considered custom metrics we calculate here in the district or are connected to other different data systems of which we should have no problem getting data for next year. Next slide. For our accountability systems, there are three main accountability systems that we have here in the state of California. First, you start with the dashboard. The state received a waiver from the federal government waiving the requirement for the dashboard for the 1920 school year. For our state systems of support, which are connected to our local control funding formula, that federal waiver also allowed for the state to pause with identifying any new schools for support under LCFF. That last accountability system, CalPADS, which we submit all of our data to every year, districts still will be required to submit all end of year data to CalPADS as would be typical in the situation. Next slide. So those changes, suspensions, and waivers really did have an impact on students and districts. For students, the impact's really related to college and university admission. So California colleges and universities early on pledged to give high school students greater flexibility with courses that would be approved for college admission due to changes in grading requirements or credit requirements for the last of this year. And early on in the crisis, you might recall that CSU and UC systems suspended the SAT and ACT requirement for college admission. Well, last week, the UC Regents made national news in suspending for the next 4 years the ACT or SAT admission for all of its 10 campuses. For our districts, those implications have to do with required assessments and accountability measures that have been put on hold. Next slide. Here in RUSD, when we talk about assessments, we're really guided by our instructional guide 2.0. We have a specific section within the guide that really gives building capacity for our staff to administer assessments to help them give students feedback and to provide direction for that continuous improvement process. Next slide. When we look at our formative assessments every year, we go through a feedback cycle with those very important groups that are listed on the screen. We gather feedback from these groups, respecting the unique expertise that each of the groups brings to the education of our students. Next slide. But based on our current situation, we also took 4 key dynamics into account when we were putting together the assessment calendar for the year. Just really quickly going through them, positioning us so we would have data for the beginning of the year, making universal screening and diagnostics available, building just-in-time assessments for teachers to use with their staff, and also making sure that we attend to the social and emotional needs of students when we return to campus. Next slide. So what you see in front of you is a visual representation of the elementary assessment calendar for next school year. These assessments really represent the interim or benchmark district level assessments that teachers will be asked to administer next year. But we know that teachers provide numerous formative assessments that would not be shown here because they're made collaboratively with their colleagues, and teachers will continue to do that. Next slide. And the same goes for our secondary colleagues. This is a visual representation of our secondary assessment continuum, again, with the district level assessments, knowing that teachers provide much more just-in-time assessments for their students that help to give them feedback or to guide their instruction for the year. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Do we have any questions for Dr. Sosa?
I have one, Mrs. Elevy, if I may.
Yes.
Just Dr. Sosa, going back to additional considerations for 2021. the social and emotional needs of students. And we can expect there's going to be, with COVID, with this most unprecedented time in our world's history, our nation's history, there's going to be as well, our faculty and staff, a rising need, increased need for this service. How do we, I know you all have been working on it. I've talked to Dr. Hanson. Can you just go into that a little bit of how you will address that and what else you need to address it properly?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So with that point of consideration, we were taking a number of things into account. One of which you just alluded to, Mr. Hunt, is having the tools to be able to identify when students and staff, for that matter, need support. And so one of the universal screening suites, you might call it, that we are doing extensive research on has a social emotional measure to it that would help us better identify both students who need support and then corresponding staff who need support as well. So that's an exciting new development. But also thinking about the social emotional needs of students. Students have been away from school for 5 months. They don't want to show up on the first week of school and have a whole bunch of assessments given to them, right? That's not really what is most important at that particular time. Would be for us to put our arms around our students and staff and to help them feel welcomed. So we have we made adjustments within the assessment calendar to give students and teachers that time.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer because and as I know my colleagues and Dr. Hanson and staff share, it's very important that we continue through all of this, whatever it takes, the RUSD school campus culture and our commitment, not just to education, but to diversity and to cohesiveness. So I like that and I'd like to hear more about the assessments at the proper time. Thank you, Dr. Sosa. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Then thank you very much. We will now move on to K2, and I will ask Kirsten Reno-Frosto to please give us those public comments.
Yes, Mrs. Alavi. We're going to begin. We have 5 comments. 2 are Zoom and 3 are written. So we're going to begin with those joining us via Zoom. Beginning with Mrs. Kathleen Barth. You will have 3 minutes if you can go ahead and unmute and begin.
Good evening, Board President Alavi and Dr. Hanson and the distinguished members of the board. I'm so excited that you found another way for us to participate with school board meetings. It's innovative and exciting. I've been especially interested in plans for the upcoming school year. There are so many considerations to take into account with safety and accessibility and all of the things that we have to think of now more so than ever before. And I'm also excited to think of it as an opportunity to reinvent our approach to education and a chance to make changes that we know need to be made in addressing inequities and access for all our students. By the way, I'm excited to hear this evening about some of the changes that are being made. It just occurred to me I might not be on camera. Anyway, sorry. I understand that over the course of this distance learning time, we had about a 50% participation rate. And I'm interested moving forward in hearing specifics on how this will be addressed and especially how teachers will be supported in providing real distance learning beyond learning just how to use Google to successfully address the significant summer slide that's currently in progress. And I'm also wondering what additional help teachers will receive in bringing students up to grade level, especially English language learners and special education students. I just would like to say, though, that Riverside Unified did a wonderful job pivoting to meet the challenges of COVID-19. But I'm looking forward to hearing more specifics on about how we're going to equip teachers to better serve our learners as we approach the new school year. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next one is from Miss Amber Reed, and she submitted both a Zoom and a written. So we're hoping Zoom will work, but if not, I will go ahead and read her written comments. Miss Amber Reed, you will have 3 minutes. Go ahead and unmute yourself and you can begin.
I would do video.
Miss Reed, are you there?
She done.
There is no video. You can go ahead and begin. We can hear you.
She'll read it if she can't get through to you. Unmute yourself.
Miss
Okay,
Reed,
then
we
I'll
can
read
hear
it then.
you.
I said if you can't zoom in, they'll read it.
Mrs. Ballard,
Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Miss Reed. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amber Reed. I'm a parent of a third grade student in Riverside Unified School District. I'm also a registered nurse who cares for many members of our community. I'd like to address the board as I'm very concerned over the proposed reopening guidelines in many districts throughout the state. As a mother, I can tell you the closure of school greatly affected my child. My child has an IEP and receives extra resources on campus that she did not receive. My child has an IEP and receives extra resources on campus that she did not receive during the closure. My child suffered academically, developmentally, and emotionally. The resources she received around school came to an immediate stop. The peer-to-peer relationships she had developed with her classmates are over, and all the gains that she had made while repeating second grade are beginning to diminish as I am handed assignments with no instruction. Some children may be able to teach themselves some material, but not all children, not my child. Working parents are in a hard spot choosing between making money for their family and teaching their children. If they are lucky enough to afford daycare and they can find daycare with an opening, their child is now sitting in a daycare all day with a daycare worker becoming a teacher. Will you subsidize the education taxes I pay to help me afford the uncredentialed daycare worker that is now not only caring for my child while I work, but giving her instruction on the assignments handed out online? I am asking the board to do the right thing and open all schools as they were prior to COVID. No daily health checks, no routine temperature checks, only to children who are coming in looking as though they are ill. No staggered drop-offs and pickups. Do not place sneeze guards around campus or on desks. Instead, ask sick kids to stay home and stop promoting SARB and harassing parents to bring their children to school while sick. Create a policy that allows for children to remain at home for the duration of their illness, completing all required schoolwork from home rather than encouraging parents to send their children to school prematurely, which leads to the spread of illness only for the school to increase their ADA. Please allow children to visit the library, resource classes, and cafeteria, but most importantly, please do not limit their outdoor activity. As a nurse, I can tell you that obesity is the #1 risk factor to and morbidity to COVID and other disease, and limiting PE and recess will put children at higher risk for disease and make learning more difficult for children with attention deficit disorders. The sunshine and fresh air are exactly what our children need. Increase funding and resources to teach children the importance of exercise, play, eating healthy, hygiene, fresh air, mindfulness, and quality relationships. As a nurse and a mother, I beg you to make masks voluntary, because if you do not, you will see the damaging health effects of children wearing masks in the Southern California heat. Children with immunodeficiency must have the option to continue taking classes online, but those who feel safe returning to school must have the choice to. Please, for the safety, education, and future of our children, open the schools to pre-COVID standards.
Our next comment via writing from Cheryl Russell. Where can we find the names/positions of the members of the RUSD Opening of School Task Force, organized into 6 action teams composed of staff, parents, and community members? The next comment via writing, Justin Partridge. The board and the district have made it clear that the safety of staff and students is a top priority. Given that, is the board going to recommend reopening school sites in the fall, as the situation in the county with respect to community spread of the virus is worse than it was when schools were closed in the first place? Also, will medically vulnerable staff and students be provided with alternatives to classroom instruction? And our last comment this evening from Maricela Hidalgo. My daughter goes to Mark Twain Elementary, and when school resumes, will programs like Champions still be available for us parents who both work full-time? And that concludes our public comments.
Thank you. And I would ask that Dr. Hansen have staff get back to these different people in the public and answer their specific questions. Now tonight, when we hear this report on the coronavirus, I will be asking the board to give legitimate direction on how staff is to proceed. So when you hear all this, be thinking of how we're going to take the next step. And now I would ask for Mr. Walker to please give our presentation.
Actually, Mrs. Alvey, I'm going to jump in here and start us off, if
Okay.
that's okay. So that's okay. Tim, anyone could do this. We've seen it so many times, and I'd always invite Tim to jump in too. So if we could have the presentation put up, thank you, Jeff. The board's request, public and members tuning in, they've asked every board meeting that staff give an update on COVID-19 as long as we find ourselves in this very unique and challenging time. And so we are doing that. Next slide, please. The way we're going to do this evening is just these 4 topics you've seen, and I want to continue to talk about meal distribution. I want to give everyone an update on our summer learning, because remember I told you we graduated on May the 30th, and then on Monday we're in summer learning. K through 12 is fully up and going right now, so I want staff to update the board and committee on that. And then the bulk of the time is going to be around the start of the school year. You know that we called for a task force. Dr. Ryan Lewis is a point of that, working behind the scenes with other cabinet members, and he's going to come on and several members of his team to update us on the workings of that task force. Then we're going to end, as we always do, resources, because we're very concerned about our kids and our staff, and we have a lot of social emotional support and mental health available for our kids who are struggling and families that need that help. Next slide, please. So as we move on to meal distribution, you saw as YouTube, thank you to the team, communications team. We've served 1 million meals. I think that was about a week ago, and we wanted to celebrate that, and truly a lot of heroes in this COVID-19, but I want to call out this evening nutritional services daily, preparing those meals, lunches and breakfast, and then out on the front lines, giving them out to not just our students, but community members. You can see we are serving some of the most vulnerable community members we have in our adult senior citizens with Meals on Wheels. We have 2 shelters that we're taking care of, one through Salvation Army, and then of course the local daycare center. And something else I just want to sit on this slide for a little bit. I was speaking to our director of nutritional service today, Adelie, and she reminded me and shared with me that, you know, there's different food assistance programs that's happening throughout the nation. USDA has started partnering with national, regional, and local organizations. And Riverside is one of those local organizations that we've partnered with USDA, and they provide families fresh produce, fresh meat, and dairy products. It's called the USD Farmers to Family Food Box Program. Truly boxes for families to pick up and go home and put in their pantry. And we received an award for just over $205,000 from USDA, which is going to allow us to give out nearly 39,000 of these boxes filled with produce and meat and dairy products to families. And we have this available, and we'll continue to have it available at all of our 15 locations for pickup as we move forward. Also, USDA and the commodity program has sponsored with local dairy farmers, and they've given us, as one of the recipients, over 2,100 units of milk. Now, 1 unit means 2 gallons of milk. So 1 unit is 2 gallons of milk. They've given us 2,100 units. So do the math. And again, just kudos to nutritional services for getting out, being proactive, partnering. So we're not just now taking care of our kids' breakfast and lunch, or you see on the screen, our senior citizens in daycare and shelters, but all of the families who come by because we've partnered with USDA and these programs. And so kudos again to them. Next slide, please. All right, I want to get into the summer program, and we have with us this evening Dr. Jen Deanda, our Director of Elementary Education. I'd like her to get on and talk about the next 2 slides, our summer program, and then our summer after schools program. And then after her, we'll move into secondary with Dr. Angulo. So Dr. Deanda, please.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about our summer program. First of all, our summer program consists of 2 parts. The first part is for all preschool through 8th grade students. They're invited to take part in enrichment activities through our online summer learning site. This site includes academic, physical, and social emotional enrichment activities by grade to help students maintain their skills throughout the summer. The site can be accessed through the bit.ly on the screen. And as of 6/11, we had over 200,000 page views and 89,000 unique users. So we are so excited that so many students are accessing these summer learning activities. And then secondly, through feedback and collaboration with principals, the desire was for the RUSD summer program to provide outreach to K-8 students who had not engaged in distance learning. Our focus has been on removing the barriers that prevented students from participating during distance learning. We are providing technology support and additional devices for those who have not been able to connect or didn't know how to connect. Our students' well-being is our priority, and therefore we also are providing social emotional support for students who may have experienced trauma during this pandemic. We also understand that there are language barriers that may prevent some students and families from engaging, and we are providing translation services to ensure that families are able to connect with us in this virtual environment. Our team provided outreach to approximately 1,800 students who had not been participating before in distance learning. And of those, we had 704 students engaging as of June 11th. And as of today, that number has risen to 762 students. And that number continues to rise each day. These students are not only receiving the social, emotional, and technological support and access they need, but within the program, they're taking part in a 1 hour a day live virtual instruction in math and working directly with a teacher on an online math program to help mitigate learning loss. In addition, as of June 11th, we had distributed about 50 devices to students who didn't have them, and today that number has increased to 66. We are really proud that 762 additional students are now connected through this outreach, and that number grows each day as we continue our efforts to connect more students. Today, we completed a phone bank using a team of district office staff, including in addition to our summer program staff. And we have team members visiting homes and the homeless shelters this week to encourage participation in this opportunity and to deliver devices. We've got some informal feedback from parents that indicates that the reason they're now participating and they weren't before is due to that personal interaction that they've had with our program staff. It's been ongoing personal interaction. So as you can see, our amazing summer program team members are working hard to reach students, and we'd like to reach more. So if you need help connecting, you can use the email or hotline at the bottom of the screen. And next slide, please.
Can I just interject here, Dr. Deanda? I just pause on this slide first, Jeff. Go back one, Jeff. I mean, remember board what we did? No, go back, Jeff, where you were. We gave out 17,000 devices in March when we had to pivot, and we gave out hotspots. And then you heard what Dr. Deanda said. Although we worked hard and tried to reach out, we have 42,000 kids. We didn't connect with 1,800 of them. And so to hear the staff has made those personal phone calls, we have another 700, almost 800 kids participating that didn't. We've given out additional devices, additional hotspots. I mean, you can tell how I feel like a proud papa, how proud I am of the team and the extra work that we're doing. I am in county superintendents meetings throughout the whole county weekly. And can I tell you, this isn't happening in other districts. They're figuring out how to close school, open school, and get devices back. And here we've left all 17,000 devices out there at our homes. We've encouraged you to get on and do summer studies. You see on the left-hand side, and we've proactively gone out and found nearly another 800 kids. And so Dr. Deanda, thank you for your leadership and the whole entire Ed Services team. This is impressive work, and I just wanted to publicly say that. Now, Jeff, you can go to the next slide.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. That's very encouraging, and our program staff is going to be very encouraged by that as well. We've also been working this summer through our expanded learning team and our HEARTS program, providing daily enrichment opportunities for students in elementary school. The theme of this program, it's enrichment, it's an opportunity for peer involvement, and the theme is around the world in 15 days. And so each day of the program, they visit a different place in the world and engage in virtual field trips. They do some physical activities, they do some virtual art programs, and students are having a great time. And we've had families comment on how much fun they're having in the program. And one family shared about this online scavenger hunt where every kid in their home went racing through the house to try to find some items for this online scavenger hunt. So that program is available to you from 2 to 4 p.m. each day. And we'd love for you to participate. And the information there to participate is on the screen on the bit.ly. And thank you. That concludes the summer enrichment report.
Thank you, Dr. Deanda. Now let's move to secondary. And if Dr. Angulo can get on and talk about our summer school that we've provided for our kids in our secondary schools. Dr. Deanda, or excuse me, Dr. Angulo.
Hi, good evening. Yes, I'm happy to report on high school summer school. I apologize, I think my camera is not working. Trying to get it to go. So, but yes, I'll be happy to report on first semester. First semester summer school started Monday, June 1st, and ended on Friday, June 12th. And as Dr. Hansen mentioned in the opening statement, we started with approximately 3,200. And then after processing adds and drops the first few days, we had 2,902 students enrolled in first semester, which ended Friday, June 12th. We just finished day 2 of second semester summer school and currently have 3,026 students enrolled in 65 asynchronous sections of a variety of courses. All students that applied to summer school were able to take a course. We did not have to turn any student away due to capacity. And actually our summer school numbers are very similar to last year, in fact, a little bit higher. So currently we have 73 students enrolled in the summer program to earn credits towards graduation, and approximately 25 are on track to graduate. So we will be holding a drive-through graduation at the EOC on Friday, June 26th at 6 p.m. And so we're looking forward to that event so we can recognize what all of our summer graduates have accomplished. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about high school, but that is our high school summer school program update.
Thank you, Dr. Angulo. And I will pause there because that is our summer planning. Were there any questions from members of the board regarding our elementary plan or our elementary after school or the secondary?
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi, and yeah, congratulations to the team. I encourage you all for all the good work that you've done in providing our students access to devices and online resources that they normally wouldn't have if that extra effort wasn't made to reach out. I do have a question in regards to the device distribution and the hotspot distribution. You know, I'm very happy that those students get to keep those throughout the summer. I'm just curious if there was some kind of a checkout process like a library, like you do at the library, so that at least we know who has those devices, and you know, at some point if we ever need to get them back or not.
Yeah, Trustee Lee, when we did that, and I visited those checkout locations, they had the student ID number, very much like a lunch number. Of course, Steve Dunlap and his team and Steve Hart were part of that. Every device that was given out, we have access. And besides, when they turn the device on, we will know where that device is and we can monitor that. And so we do know where they're at, and there'll come a time where we may ask for them to come back. But right now we've said keep the device. Any other questions?
Mr. Hunt?
No, Mrs. Alavi, actually, if I may, I would ask my question after the special education presentation, which comes next, I believe.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Actually,
thank you, Dr. You'd think we're sitting in the same room because that does tee right up. We also are offering extended school year, which is for our students who have IEPs and Kirsten. is Ms. Frosto is on the line. And if you'd please talk now about our extended school year program, Ms. Frosto.
Thank you. Yes, we are offering extended school year services for all of our students pre-K through adult transition who do have that service identified on their individualized education plan. The program began this last week, June 8th, and will continue through July 2nd. We currently have 504 students participating, and they're receiving academic instruction as well as their related services, which are typically speech and language services, could be occupational therapy, physical therapy, and those are being provided using Google Classroom as well as Google Meets in a similar manner to the distance learning plan. However, we've really increased our live sessions that we are providing, and also providing recorded lessons as well.
Ms.
We also have.
I'm going to stop you here. Let's advance to the next slide, Jeff. We're still back on summer school. If you go to the next slide, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hansen.
Thank you. Oh, nope. Go back one, Jeff.
There we go.
There you go. Thank you.
We're also providing small group lessons and have outreach to our families also to provide that continued support. Our focus is really to connect and support our students and families as well as minimize the regression of skills. We also are providing social emotional support. We have a psychologist on staff who's providing that support both in the classrooms with teachers as well as on an as needed basis to individuals. And then we also have just had some really exciting experiences with our teachers collaborating. So we've had rooms where our classes where we have our teachers, but also our speech and language therapists that are co-delivering lessons. We've also had some fantastic stories and experiences with our behavioral support staff that are also in classes with the teachers, working right alongside with our families. And we really are proud of the amount of live instruction we're able to provide this summer.
It's Thank you, Ms. Frosto. Appreciate that. Any questions, Mr. Hunt? You said you may have had a question on special education.
Go ahead, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. And I'd just like to ask, and first of all, thank Mrs. Reed for calling in as she has a special needs student. And obviously from her profession and her, she has insightful and intelligent understanding of what's happening with COVID. And all of this is a disruption and no one's going to be quite completely happy. But I want to ask about the special ed. On average, it's a larger percentage of those students need, and we need to give them, it's direct teacher student, and particularly when I've shadowed the project team, young people with Martin Ross and the leadership over there. I just don't know how they can do when they're learning life skills to move on. How are we going to address this? Because I just don't understand how they can do that in distance learning. So help me understand that, if you would. Who's ever proper, Dr. Hansen.
Yeah,
Certainly, Mr. Hunt.
Yes, thank you, Kirsten.
So absolutely, it's been a challenge as we were all thrust into distance learning, but we're very happy that in the collaboration with our curriculum and instruction team, that is an essential part of our reopening plans, is to look at how we can address the needs of all of our students, in particular students with disabilities and other vulnerable student groups. And looking at particularly students that are participating in our special day classes, our mod severe classes, as we call them, our students at project team, students that maybe have fragile, medically significant issues going on as well, and how we can provide that in-person support for them. One thing is we are fortunate that those classes are at a lower teacher to student ratio already. So we will be able to provide a little bit more for them than with the social distancing and all of those things. But we're very much in the early planning stages, and that is a very important piece to all of the teams, is looking at the needs for our students with disabilities as well as other vulnerable groups.
Thank you, Ms. Marino-Fausto, and I will just stay interested with you keeping us up on that, and it just is a concern to our hearts, and
and the best culture of our district. Thank you very much, Dr. Hanson. Mrs. Alavi.
Yeah, thank you for the questions, board members. And thank you to Jamie and Jen and Kirsten for those reports. Now let's transition to the next slide. I know this is an interest for a lot of us and a lot of the community. So let's talk about the opening of the school year. There's been 2 task forces that have been put in place. One started before the other, and that was RCOEs. And there have been 20, well, as I mentioned, there are 23 school districts in the county, and every school district had representation on that county-wide task force. And me, along with 5 others, were part of the county task force. And what we did was divided in the groups that you see there in blue, from fiscal impact down to early childhood education. And we provided guidelines. The county nor the state are given any mandates at all, just guidelines, just like CDE has provided guidelines. And matter of fact, during the meeting, I saw that we received an email, and now the county has published those guidelines for all districts as we continue our work in making decisions here locally in Riverside Unified to open up the schools. Next slide. We did, the board and I did call for a task force, and Riverside Unified has a lot of different voices on our task force, and we too have divided up our working groups or action teams that you see there in blue. Now, the point of this is a lot of people working behind the scenes, but one out in front is Dr. Ryan Lewis, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction. I'd like to invite Ryan on right now. And Ryan, if you'd take the board through the work of these action teams. And let me just reiterate what Mrs. Alavi said to the board. Although this is not an action item, we do want clear direction. We are walking down that you'll see the survey that we got back from community members and staff, 2 parallel paths, planning a virtual program and planning an in-person program. And at the end of this, I've asked Ms. Alavi to get clear direction from every board members, because if the board feels good about us walking down these both parallel passes, that will really give the action teams clear guidance of now how to go out and plan. It will help human resources and the negotiations team know how clearly to know how to go out and start negotiating and working through some of the things that we need to work through with our contract. So Ryan, would you come on and walk through this and then be very clear when you get to the board on the 2 parallel paths and just what those may look like, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Hanson, and good evening, Mrs. Alavi and board members. I have the privilege of coordinating and supporting all of the cabinet members as we walk through the task force to work on the fall of 2021. So tonight, the objective is to give you an overview of our progress, also review the stakeholder feedback that we've received, go over a timeline, and then, as Dr. Hanson spoke, to seek further direction from the board as we continue down the path. So there are 6 teams that we have put together. Each team member and co-leads, and I'm just going to give you a brief synopsis of what the teams have currently accomplished and who is on those teams. So we immediately did an all call to cabinet, to the board, to staff members, reached out to community members, looking for volunteers to sit on these 6 action teams. I'm proud to report we have approximately 225 members of staff and community and parents involved in the 6 different teams. For example, we have the health and safety team. And the health and safety team also has, again, all of those different representatives from elementary, middle, and high school. It has student voice. It has voice of both associations. It also has voices of teachers and voices of parents. And what they're doing is they're working on concepts like with health interventions. What is it going to look like when the fall opens? Or as cases emerge that we have to work through student notifications and different safety protocols or protections for staff or students, or looking at how we sanitize campus. That's something the health and safety team is working on. That team did get going first because obviously the other teams need to form their responses around health and safety. And that health and safety team will be putting out recommendations by the end of the week to the other teams to help guide their work. The other teams we talked through is we looked at operations, and the operations team walked through and they are looking at how do we handle school meals and school lunches, or transportation and the different requirements, or even looking at school maintenance and school cleaning and sanitation. How do we continue in our new normal as we welcome back and have students come back in the fall? Another team we looked at were fiscal and governance, talking about budget, knowing we are in the budget times, how does that impact our school opening? Looking at advocacy and what do we need to do with our state representatives and talking to CDE. We're also looking at what do we have to do with, thank you, Mr. Lee. What do we have to do with workman's comp and liability as we adjust our new normal, welcoming back again staff and students? Another team we looked at is teaching and learning. We have two teaching and learning teams, one looking at both of the virtual concept and an in-person concept. And the reason we looked at both is part of the survey results, which I'll get to in the stakeholder slide, which is next. But as we asked the community, there is a not a one-size-fit-all model return is what we heard back from our community. We have some that would prefer a virtual model where they're able to stay at home and interact with the teacher in a virtual setting. We have others that have the desire to return in person. And presenting what we're asking for the board is, as we develop both of those teams, we have two action teams. They are designing what it looks like to be virtual, as well as we design what does it look like to welcome students back to our campus. As we present both options, it is our goal to provide as many options to our community as possible. And that's what we'll seek for in a few moments from the board. Another team we're looking at is our personnel team. As we talk about how we welcome teachers back, how we handle both of the credentialing issues on challenges on both of those teams, how we work on calendar, are there any changes that need to be made, or even staffing ratios as we look at a virtual relationship compared to an in-person model. So those are the different teams that we are leading through. Those teams are meeting weekly. Some teams are meeting multiple times a week, and then they are continuing to report through a check-in process weekly through all of Cabinet, where we're keeping each team informed of progress and making sure that our efforts are aligned again down those two paths. As we look at virtual and both in person, lastly, they're themed in three different ways. The first theme is, what do we need to do immediately? What needs to have action right now? Then there's a second phase or phase two. What do we need to do before school starts? And then lastly, there's a phase three. What do we need to accomplish and maintain once we welcome students back and school opens? So that's how the plans are being developed. I'll pause at this time and take any questions that there may be.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I've heard from some members of those teams, and they have all been given positive reports back on the progress and the discussions that are happening. So I'm glad to hear that there's over 200 people represented on those various teams and providing some input so that we can make good decisions. Just had a question that came to mind when you were mentioning health and safety. Do we have any healthcare professionals, doctors, hospital administrators on that team providing an input, any insight from their professional opinion?
We do, Mr. Lee, and I'll welcome Mr. Walker or Kirsten Reno-Frausto to give some more detailed explanation of their team.
In regard to the specific employment of the individuals, they are from a variety of professions, as well as parents, students, and members of our own team throughout the community. We do have a nurse on the committee, and of course we have our own district nurse and another nurse within the district, our lead nurse, who provides input and guidance in regard to the specific areas that we have a charge for.
As far as public health officials or physicians?
We do not have a public health official. We have outreached and we're provided with names from the community within Riverside Unified School District. So 3 nurses, 2 employed by the district and 1 from the community are on the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Okay. We'll move along.
Next slide, please. Thank you. So the next slide, we're going to speak to our stakeholder input. And again, I thank everyone who was able to participate. We received over 6,000 replies. And this is the information that was guiding the work of all of the different stakeholder committees and action teams that we're referring to. And I just thought we'd provide the board with a very brief overview of what the data is beginning to show us as we continue to break down the other responses. But the reason we're bringing up the 2 models and 2 different opportunities for community and parent choice is about 65% of our families support an in-school option, where they would like to return to school to the most applicable most applicable ways possible. Then we had about 30% reply back that they would like a virtual option. They would want to attend. Obviously, understanding would be different than what we did during the spring, but to have a virtual option available to them was a data we are hearing. And then of that data, we had about 10% as well that talked about things that they would like to do either, or maybe even look at a mix of knowing that teachers, depending as we walk down this road, teachers need to be prepared that if we do have to go back to a virtual option that is much more robust than it was prior to the spring. So that's information we're taking forward. Another thing we talked to the community about during the surveys is what are the precautions that are most important to them from their perspective. And there were three that came up to the top. One being the sharing of belongings. They would like to make sure that our RUSD is working, that as students do return back, that we are very aware and conscious in teaching students not to share belongings. Another that many members of the community supported were the next two, one taking temperatures, and then the other is to the extent possible looking at social distancing, that we work with students, especially elementary students, that as they come back, that we teach those behaviors of personal space and as much as possible work through those social distancing guidelines that we spoke to earlier. And then as we talked continuing about the fall, we're seeking feedback from the community on their spring experience, on how did it work for students, what are things we can improve on. And there were four main themes that as we look at developing virtual that we heard from the community. Number one, they definitely have a desire for more in-person and live interaction in a virtual environment. And along those same paths, we heard that there is a need for more help and support in the virtual environment, which we acknowledge. And then lastly is the more social emotional support. They acknowledged through the survey that there was an outreach, but they would like to see more and more opportunity for students to receive that support who chose a virtual environment. And then lastly, they did talk about trying to support students who do choose virtual, but to maintain that social interaction with their peer group and how important that was to their family. So we're going to take all of that information and hand that to that virtual team, and then they will continue to embrace that information as they plan what the fall is going to look like for the virtual offering, if that is the desire of the board. I will pause there if there are any questions, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Lewis, for this important update. My question is regarding the representative sample of the respondents we've gotten. Obviously, the volume of responses we've gotten is fantastic, and given the short notice and the context of how rapidly everything is evolving. But do we have a sense, again, just how representative that sample is?
We do, Dr. Farouk, and one example could be about 2/3 of the representatives were from elementary students and about 1/3 was from secondary. And then we also asked for region of the city, and I can provide that information in a more detailed report at a later time.
What about socioeconomic, the percentage of free or reduced lunch qualifying families versus not? Do we have an
additional that we could provide for you in a more detailed report?
Thank you. That would be very helpful.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for Dr. Lewis?
I have a question, Mrs. Alavi.
Oh, yes, Ms. Lockdawson. Ms. Lockdawson, you need to unmute.
I'm sorry, my computer is not working very well. I'm following along on my phone. So, Dr. Lewis, I sat in on the governance committee and the budget and governance committee. Has every group met at least once? And I know what the schedule is for our group, but can you just tell us what the schedule is for the other groups?
I can. Every group has met at least once, and many groups have met 2 or even the 3rd time coming up in the next few days. And we have a master calendar where each of the leads is providing all of the information of their meeting dates. And then what a few of us are doing is we're able to go through and check in on the various meetings and just listen for themes as we hear the conversation, the dialogue. So all of the cabinet leads and co-leads are continually, regularly meeting. And then you even have some teams that are breaking off into smaller groups and moving that work forward as well.
Ms. Lockdawson? I think we lost something. Ms. Lockdawson? I think she's dropped off, but she'll be back. Are there any other questions for Dr. Lewis?
She's still on, but on mute, I think.
Oh,
Regularly meeting, and then you even have some teams that are breaking up into smaller groups in the network.
okay.
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm getting like double feedback. I'm hearing Dr. Lewis speak. I'm hearing myself speak back over. So I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm going to drop off and come back.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question, Mrs. Alavi.
Yes, Mr.
And maybe we'll get to it in another slide. But based on the initial feedback from the survey and the conversations that are happening in the various groups, is there any kind of trend that we're seeing, or any kind of advice that that you have at this point that we should be thinking about?
So I think, Mr. Lee, I appreciate the question, and that is the question of the hour. So we are receiving guidance from the county.
Board members, just.
Mr. Walker.
Let me just remind everyone to please mute when you're not speaking. We're getting some feedback. And so we're all going to mute. And then Ryan, you have the floor right now, please.
Okay, Dr. Hanson, can you hear me okay? Thank you, Mrs.
Yes, hear you just fine. Ryan, keep going.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lee, I think the question you're asking is the guidance that we are seeking. We are receiving a lot of information from both the state and from our county office with a multitude of options. And there is, if I'm hearing a theme from everywhere, is there is no one answer, and it's a local community, and what fits your community is what needs to happen for your students and for your parents. So as we look at all the different models, there are hybrid models, there are returning models, there are virtual models, there are models that look at homeschool options. So what I am hearing from all of our teams and the consistent information is that for our community, and that's where we bring the two models and possibly even three forward. So the one model that we're hearing is about 30% of our community would like to have a virtual option. Now, we are very fortunate as a district. We have a virtual option that's been built very different through the Riverside Virtual School. There are a lot of developments and enhancements that we can work with that team to expand our virtual school to provide that as an option for students from elementary, middle, and high, for students who would like that. We also have the opportunity, and what we're looking at through the teaching and learning team and questions that have come up of what does it look like to have a Riverside unified homeschool option for students who would, and families that would prefer that option. And that's something else our team is exploring. And the third is, what does it look like for parents that want and need and have the desire to return to school in person? And that's that third option that we are speaking to. The key of this, of all the different action teams, is working together while we have the teaching and learning working on program. At the same time, we have Mrs. Kakish and her team working on fiscal implications. And they have those teams that are working together that we can design and implement options for our community. And that when we return in the fall, the most options to support our entire Riverside Unified family.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Are there further questions? Okay, moving on.
So the next slide, Jeff, please. This is a familiar slide. Just wanted to review for everyone. We are using the public health guidelines. We are looking at all of these lenses, as you heard of comments from Dr. Farouk, from an equity lens for all students that represent our community. We have an action team on communication for all of our parents and family members to make sure that that communication is staying regular and is staying systematic to keep everyone informed as we progress down the timeline that you're going to see next. And lastly, the protocols. The team that Dr. Hanson spoke about, that we're all supporting this work. There's a team of us. We have provided all of the leads and all of the teams protocols that we are using to make sure we stay all on the same path to those three different areas that we spoke about for the three different types of program. And if we can move to the next slide, we will wrap up with the timeline. So just as a reminder, the reason, Mrs. Alavi, that we are just seeking direction. We are in the adjustment plan mode where you have the different teams looking at the different options, and there is work that we have to be doing simultaneously if there is a direction, if we're on the right path. Those plans will be adjusted between now and the end of June. For example, other work that is happening is professional development. Through those teaching and learning teams, we are developing if we end up with 2 different paths, we would need 2 different types of professional development to support our teachers. And this culminates with a final recommendation coming to the board on July 21st, and then leading to our reopening. So we are on time, we are on meeting our targets, but the time is sneaking up quickly, and we know that the fall will be here in no time, and our team is working hard to be prepared to welcome our students back. And at this point, before we go to our resources and context, I will pause, Mrs. Allaby, for any other questions, or Dr. Hanson, if you have any comments.
Dr. Hanson?
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Again, a lot of meetings throughout the whole county. Superintendent's meeting yesterday throughout the whole county. And then again this morning, a meeting with Moreno Valley, Alvord, Rupa, Corona Norco, me. And most of the county is going to be returning in person. I'd say all, but I can't speak for Blythe and way out there. So in person, and all that are returning are also going to have some type of virtual. And so we realize that there are folks who are going to stay virtual, and we realize that folks are going to come in person. And so that's what we're doing. And pretty much everyone is starting school all in August. We're close to, or when we're normally supposed to start school. So a lot of work's been being done under the leadership of our county. Dr. Kaiser, who was in our meeting yesterday, said everything's guidelines. Everything's guidelines. And so do the best you can. Talked about if you can't social distance, the next best option is have a face covering, but do the best you can. And then, of course, we talked about if we test positive and how we do that. And that's where he responded that, well, we're doing it now for TB testing. We're doing it now for chickenpox. So we're going to keep following what we're normally following to do those types of things. So we're moving forward. And again, I'll let Ryan now talk about some of the other options that we have and the timelines that we have going forward as to when we're going to make final decisions and bring to the board for your recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Mrs. Allaby, this is the point where we are just looking for direction from the board, if that's your pleasure, on are we on the right path as our task force looking at really 2 options, with a third being one being virtual for families who want to stay virtual, that they would have that opportunity, as well as looking at a in-person model for those who choose to return to school. And then lastly, we're looking at, are there homeschool options that can be developed to have a Riverside Unified Homeschool. Those options have not been all completely vetted, and to be 100% honest with you, I am not sure if they are all possible. We won't know that until our final recommendation, but those are the paths that we are walking down and continuing that work if that is the desire of the board.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I'll open it up for the board to have input. So does anyone have any thoughts on this?
I do, Mrs. Allaby. I just want thank you, Dr. Lewis, for that report, and Dr. Hanson. And I'm looking forward to hearing more when you vet that out, Dr. Lewis. But just want us to keep in mind our community demographics. You know, we have a 66% free and reduced lunch here in RUSD, which, you know, I think it's $41,000 or under total household income. So we know that a lot of families have 2 working parents, or single mother, single father families are working. And childcare is a challenge. And as much as we can in this time and atmosphere, adhering to giving our community choices that help them mold to those changes is most important. And allows the student to advance themselves, and allows the teacher to have the most effectiveness. I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Allen.
you, Mr. Hunt. We did finish the presentation, didn't we? Okay.
Mrs. Allaby, the last slide is just a reminder of resources for the board.
Thank you very much. So I am opening it up to board members for their comments. Mr. Lee, did you have some thoughts?
Yes, I do have some thoughts. I mean, I don't know if usually when, I realize this isn't an action item, but that's, I mean, right now staff's giving us a lot of different choices, which I appreciate, but sometimes they provide a recommendation. I didn't hear one unless I missed it. I heard a little bit about what other districts are doing, which I think helps provide some insight so we can provide some direction. But just because other districts are doing things doesn't necessarily make it right for our district. So as a parent, I filled out this survey as well. And, you know, like a lot of parents, I have a lot of concerns too about making sure our kids stay safe. As a board member, I obviously it's our main priority, safety, and also the safety of our staff. So I'm curious if there's any conversations with our RCTA and CSEA about what their stance is, and if that they have concerns about coming back to work, and if they do, what we would need to do to make that work environment safe for them to do so. If you're okay, I'll just kind of share all my comments, and you know, maybe someone can jot them down if they want to respond. I really like that homeschool option. I talked with a good friend of mine and a RUSD graduate, and I know that's one thing that they're considering for their family is the homeschool. And I would worry that I hope other parents are considering that for their kids too, but knowing that, making sure that we have a platform and letting parents know that we can help them with that still provide that option so that we don't lose them from our district. Some things that I really worry about if we don't go back to in-classroom learning is our little kids, right? Our TK through 3. I know from just my experience with it with my daughter, she's not a big fan of trying to learn how to read over Zoom. And I can only imagine that's probably similar for any parent that has a kindergartner, first grader, TK, probably even up to 3rd grade. I worry about our special ed and students and our ones with IEPs, and how do we make sure that they get the services that they need to be able to provide the best experience for them to learn and to progress in school. I worry about our English learners not being able to have the engagement that's necessary to have them gain that language and stay on track with the materials and the coursework to graduate. I worry about equity. I mean, we know from our initial couple months with distance learning that our students from lower socioeconomic households were less engaged and less participatory in the coursework that was provided online. And then I also worry about the teachers that are going to do the virtual learning, that they're prepared and that they have the professional development necessary to be effective in providing the curriculum and the coursework for their students. And August is only 2 months away. If we start school as scheduled, it's 2 months away. And I think that's a lot to ask our teachers. Maybe they're prepared, and maybe they are prepared. I would want to know that before we do that. I think, like RUSD has always been known for its choice. So I think the more choices that we can offer to parents, the better, because every family can make the decision that's best for them. And I'm really glad that we're thinking about virtual in a different way and delivering it in even a better fashion. Assuming that part of the curriculum and part of the start of the school year is virtual. I just hope that we look at how each classroom, it's not just full classroom instruction, but we look at how we can do breakout, small group instruction virtually, and then even one-on-one. I mean, that's what we do in the classroom, right? So I think we should do the same thing in a virtual setting. Personally, ideally, I would like to see some in-classroom learning. I think kids need that. I think teachers need that to be effective, but I only want to do that if it's safe. I don't want to put our staff at risk. I don't want to put our students at risk. But I'm hopeful that we're having all these important discussions and we follow the guidelines and keep close eye on the number of cases and the guidance from CDC that hopefully we can provide an array of options for families.
Thank you. And I will reiterate that we will receive more formal suggestions from staff when the teams have finished meeting. This is sort of a dipstick to figure out where we feel we're going. Okay. Dr. Farouk, do you have any input?
Yes, absolutely. And I think Trustee Lee articulated a lot of the things that were weighing on my mind, but I still have a few additional things to add. In terms of feedback, I think broadly speaking, I really am impressed with the way that staff are approaching this. The guiding principles, I think, are really important. A broad observation I would make is that I think in instances like this, the process can be sometimes just as important as the decisions themselves that we make. And I think the fact that the process has been so inclusive in terms of really allowing broad spectrums of the community to participate and not have limits on in terms of who's able to serve on a committee and things of that nature. I think those things are really emblematic of the spirit of how we should go about making these tough decisions. I think it also serves another purpose too, that it makes it easier to have adoption and buy-in to whatever the outcome of that process is, because people know that they contributed to it. It's a shared governance model. It's not something that any of us as board members could be arrogant enough to think that we could come up with these answers in a vacuum. Obviously, that would be preposterous. But I think the extent of how much we have gone out and engaged the community, I think, is really important. A few things also, to add also, I think it's really incumbent on us. I know that, we've all brought up about special needs students. We've brought up about English learners and all these different students with different needs. I think it's important that it's not just that their voice is heard and that we're taking that into consideration, but that we are doing special outreach to them and not just in terms of that to make sure again that they're participating, but that the message, and when we talk about options, which in general, and I'll speak to that in a second, obviously I think that's going to be the key to making this successful is being able to provide people options. But I think that for those different subsets of students, we really should be even more in tune and having that an option, like for example, if a family decides that they want to do physical attendance, for example, that again, for a special needs student or English as second language, it might not look the same way as it would other students. And maybe that's obvious, but I think that's something we need to really be mindful of. I also think that, when more than like 60% of families are asking for physical, and you have families with a wide range of reasonings of what is motivating the behavior. Obviously, the underlying principle behind whatever decision anyone prefers is obviously health and safety. But I think that's something that there's no way we could ignore. And I think the fact that you have over 30% that want potentially an exclusive virtual option, again, giving empowering the flexibility for people to have those options actually helps us be more effective in administering the options that we provide. So again, for example, we know that if we're like, for example, for the students that would potentially be going to school in a physical environment, if there's fewer students overall, if it's not 100% capacity that have chosen to do that, it obviously makes it easier to implement those public safety guidelines for the students that are choosing to do the physical. So I think the options is not just to empower families and for them to have the voice, but it also, in light of the health aspects, it actually makes it easier for us to administer as well. I think as it relates to health and safety decisions and people's different suggestions about how we should be approaching this, I really think this is an area that we really just have to defer to the Center for Disease Control, our county health officer, Dr. Kaiser, and the guidelines that are coming down from the county and everything. I think when it comes to the actual administration of those health and safety, I don't know how much us individually as board members should really be giving our expertise on that matter. I just think the experts obviously should make that decision. And I think the other last two comments I'll just make is that I'm glad that there's a recognition of staff that whatever it looks like in terms of having a potential physical and virtual options and combination thereof, that the manner that we've been doing those things is not going to be able to be perpetuated this fall. That virtual, definitely on the virtual side, I think more so than anything, there's going to be a much higher expectation of how we can drive deeper engagement, because clearly, there's a lot more progress that can be made. But like Dr. Hansen mentioned, as one of the few school districts in California that actually had a virtual school prior to this whole COVID-19, I think if anybody is equipped to stepping up and rising to that challenge, to have good outcomes for this, again, for families that choose to exclusively do virtual school, I think it's RUSD that's going to rise to that occasion. And lastly, I just think regardless of whatever decisions we make, and the diligence, the process, all of that, at the end of the day, we need to have clearly delineated contingency plans that if certain things are triggered, how we're going to adjust and adapt, because there's going to be a certain degree of unknown and speculation about surges and things like that, which are impossible for us to definitively assess now. But I just want to really make a point that we take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Locke-Dawson. I guess she's, are you
No,
on your computer problem?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. When my computer is on for a long time and it gets hot, it starts to get very wacky and things happen. So on my end, I could hear you all talking over each other. It was bizarre. Anyway, I just wanted to say, so, I mean, is the choice just, whether we go back or whether we do virtual? And I know we've got people asking for both. And it seems to me there could be something in between as well, like perhaps, part-time on particular campuses or part of the week. Many of our charter schools operate in this capacity where people bring their kids to school just 1 or 2 days a week and they get instruction and then they take it back home. And I know that model works well for some. So I would just say perhaps looking at some of those kinds of things. And second, I know Beijing just closed their schools back down again today, I think, because they had opened them and now they're closed again because of an increase in surge in cases. So to Dr. Farouk's point, I think we need to have contingency plans for triggers and what happens, how we decide to, move forward at different points. So that's my input. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Ms. Alavi. I'm not sure what Dr. Farouk and Ms. Locke-Dawson didn't cover, but I'd like to just address Dr. Hansen and Dr. Lewis on a couple things and as Mrs. Alavi and I are on the operations committee, I want to be sure when we think of our campuses and our leaders and the facilities management, that as we're finding out if 60% are going to come on the campus, then what parts of to save money, to again, smart planning, to be able to focus the custodial staff on where they need to be and where they don't, et cetera, that they get that to us early on. So we're working with campus leadership, we're working with Mr. Mueller, head of M&O, and Dr. Hansen's staff. We can make smart planning for our campuses. I would also ask, and going back to culture, that Dr. Lewis, I know he handles this for us, that he stay in touch with the CIF to find out what they're planning on. I mean, they must be well ahead of the districts right now, and whether they think with social distancing, I imagine wrestling won't happen, but will there be sports, and how we handle that? Parents are concerned about that. I know that I've heard from a lot of parents and for a few kids too, a few young people who are very concerned about the fall sports, which girls water polo, football, and others. So I would like us to have some laser attention on that to get back to our community. This goes back to our culture again, to ensuring that we try to keep the culture in this new balancing act we're doing. But I like the 3 options. So thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. A lot of good ideas, everyone. I really like them. I'll just add my 5th person idea. I am looking for an in-school option that is very practical, realistic, and easy to implement. I'm looking for the realization that we teach the whole child, not just children who are now under COVID, but that the children need a lot of things. And I want us to look at the whole child. And there are a lot of needs that the children have that cannot be addressed virtually. And I want us to recognize that. So I want a very concrete plan about putting those children back in school. Also, I think we have to recognize that parents will put children in school because maybe they don't have a lot of options either. They're going back to work. And so as much as I like Ms. Locke-Dawson's part-time plan, I'm not sure how practical that is for most families, and I worry about that. And then on the other side, I think we need a very, very robust home virtual school option. I sort of see them as the same thing. Homeschool, virtual school, I'm not sure I see a difference there. Maybe somebody can help me understand what that would be. But I think that there will be a percentage of kids who will probably stay with that and not go back to school at some point. On the other hand, I think there will be a lot of kids that may go back to school when they feel a little more safe. And we won't know that until time passes by. So we've got to be prepared for both, and I'll be looking for really practical ideas. So that's my input. And, oh, Mr. Lee.
Thanks again, Mrs. Alavi. I like what you said. I think you summarized it really well. Schools are responsible for a lot of things that maybe schools shouldn't be, but you know, we've picked up the slack with nutrition. We're in charge of mental health services. We're in charge of making sure special needs students get the resources, occupational therapy, other things that they need. And it's really hard to do any of those things if the kids aren't at school. I like what you said. One of the things I had commented the first time was about our staff, our teachers, and our classified staff. Have we done a similar survey that we sent out to parents to our staff to know what their interest is or what their concerns are in coming back to work? And if so, like, how does that work with our contract? All that we could decide we want everyone to come back to school, but if teachers don't want to come back, how do we? Just curious how we tackle that.
Dr. Lewis, do you want to answer that?
Yes, I will start, and then I will turn over to Mrs. Ibarra for any clarification. So Mr. Lee, your question is, yes, we did survey staff. We surveyed staff both on the distance learning portion, and as we head to the fall, that was part of that feedback. As far as the associations and moving forward, I'll defer to Mrs. Ibarra.
Sure, thank you, Dr. Lewis. Mr. Lee, we have, as Dr. Lewis alluded to, we have surveyed the staff. RCTA also did a survey themselves. So we've been at the table with RCTA, the association, and we actually just set up 5 more dates to be at the table between now and July 10th to address some of their concerns. They've been a collaborative partner. They recognize some of all of the same topics, concerns, hurdles that all of you have expressed, because they have them too. They are not only parents, community members, but they also are teachers who some want to be back and some are having some struggles. So we are addressing all of that as we're getting the information from not just the action teams, but instead of going in a linear world, we're going in more of a parallel world. So we're trying to be there, making decisions, working together, listening. But to answer your question right now, do I know what the percentage that want to come back or don't want to come back? No, that has not been discussed yet, because really we don't know what the options are completely yet to have some of those concrete answers. We also have a cohort of employees that we have to address that might not be able to come back. And so looking at what options are there for them. So I can further answer if there's more details that you would like right now. I know that was a fairly global answer, but.
No, that was good. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you. You know, one thing I'm really proud of for our district is that we've obviously made a big emphasis on social emotional well-being, just not just as a board, but especially during this COVID-19. One thing and maybe this is getting into the minutia, but one thing I really would like to encourage us to consider, and this speaks a little bit to Trustee Hunt's comments about the importance of culture. I think that upon arrival, you know, whether it's the students that choose to go physical, you know, attendance, or some that do virtual, that we should maybe consider like a cohesive RUSD wide, like a touching base, so to speak, like I don't know if restorative circle is maybe too specific, but really just kind of helping people just get a mindset of what they've gone through, what to anticipate before we even begin in any of that academic stuff. And I think if we were to do this as a district and, you know, give people an opportunity to artistically express themselves to how they do that, I think if we do it as a district, it allows people in a kind of more communal kind of way that could even be therapeutic for parents that might be vicariously experiencing their kids expressing themselves this way, and staff and so forth, that you know, we're kind of level setting, and we're trying to project a more positive energy and outlook about where we're going on from there.
Thank you. Good idea. Anybody else? Because otherwise I think we've covered it. We should be moving on.
Mrs. Alavi, may I make just a few closing comments, if that's okay?
Yes, please.
So first, thank you. Thank you for all of the feedback and the comments. This is exactly what the action teams were looking for on behalf of the board to allow us to move forward. I very clearly heard to Mr. Lee, to your questions, the recommendations that were coming forward were the three models that we spoke to, providing a in-person model and option following all of the safety guidelines, moving forward to return students to school, as well provide a robust virtual environment that is very different than what we experienced in the spring for the families that want to have virtual options, both with live instruction or even to what Mrs. Lock-Dawson spoke to have some flexibility in an independent study homeschool type model. So those three models, if I'm hearing you correctly in summary, are in support. We will continue the action teams moving forward. We will continue to work with Mrs. Ibarra and work with the associations on exploring what does it take to implement both of those models and bring you back further updates as we head into July.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to conclude the meeting by asking for future agenda items. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know we all want to go home. The PD aspect too, I brought up. I didn't hear back on that. So I know I've talked to Dr. Hansen offline about it, and he seems pretty confident that we'll be ready no matter what version of school we offer come our scheduled school date. But what can you talk a little bit about the professional development that's going to happen between now and the beginning of the school year? About, I mean, not just delivering education in a COVID world, but making sure our staff is up to speed on the guidelines that are required in the classroom as well.
Ken, Mr. Lee, my apologies for missing that. So we already have a team. Steve Dunlap is running point for our district on professional development. He's already organized a team out of innovation learner engagement, partnering with all the different divisions of education services that are already working design professional development for all of our teachers and our staff. So that model we anticipate to be completed by the end of June, early July. And at the same time, we'll have Ms. Ibarra working with our teachers on how we deliver that professional development. So it will be completed. We will be ready. It could be delivered in modules. It could be delivered online, lots of different formats. But what we're going to be prepared for is we entered distance learning in the spring unprepared, and we did a phenomenal job moving through and providing what we could. But we're going to have our teachers in a very different lens as we enter the fall, prepared for both and everything you've heard tonight. So that PD will be developed. We will have our teachers trained, and we will be ready to open the fall.
Thank
you.
Mrs. Alavi, may I ask one question just to that? I know we've talked about our teachers, and I appreciate that. I assume Mrs. Ybarra, Assistant Superintendent Ybarra,
that we have polled as well our classified staff. I'm concerned just a little bit about most of the front offices, particularly of an elementary school or and North High School, are very, very tight. And so I'm just interested to know how we're working with our classified staff. And if you want to follow up on that now or later, that would be appreciated.
Sure, I can, Mr. Hunt. We, just similar to our CTA, we are currently at the table. We too have days. In fact, we'll be back at the table with them tomorrow. We have days that we've allotted to discuss this. Our classified are a little bit different in many ways. You are correct that the main focus would be on some of our school-based employees, and we are working closely with MOT, Maintenance and Operation and Transportation, to make the current, I shouldn't say current, any needs that come to play as we go forward with what would put them in positions to be safe based on the table, based on what you spoke to. Every school is different, so it's not one size fits all with them with regards to our school sites. As for our departments and all of our other essential employees, we are currently already making those accommodations and working with them as we bring them back. So it's more addressing the positions at our school site, example, our instructional assistants and some of our clerical that work in the main office, and how we can move forward. But we'll also, with options come different roles that they will have to play too. And so we will be working with that association as that comes to us. So
Thank you, Mrs.
rather global, but we're doing what we can under the circumstances.
Thank you, Ms. Ibarra. I'll remind the board that we're on step 3 of 383 steps, and we are going to have a whole lot of chance to get clarification on many of these points that you brought up. And there still has to be the final report back from the task force. So I think we'll have more opportunities to weigh in and hear what all of our expert task force members are really thinking. So thank you to everybody who's doing that. And now I will ask for agenda items for future meetings. Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, President Alavi. I would ask that we've talked a little bit about this with you and I and Dr. Hansen, that on the July 17th meeting, we could agendize a workshop and, pardon me? July 21st, we can do it July 21st. That we would have a workshop and a presentation, and is timely, about our school resource officers that, and along with the appropriate campus and leadership here, that we can learn how, what extra training that a school resource officer would have in dealing with students and young people in a campus. I know a lot of them create wonderful relationships with their campuses, so I want to hear more about that. You know, as a citizen of this community, I know I'm concurred with all of you, and as a trustee for this district, I have complete confidence and respect for the men and women in the honorable service of RPD and their leadership with longtime officer, resident, and now the Chief Larry Gonzalez. But I think right now it's an overwhelming national and even global turbulence that has been held in frustration and animosity with American law enforcement, from Baton Rouge to Baltimore to Moreno Valley and LA, we're hearing now. And I think it's an appropriate time. I don't think I contend it's appropriate time that we have this discussion, and because there is such turbulence, and I've felt very good about this. I thank you if we can agendize that. I would like to give credit, however, for this request to a young lady I met at the NAACP's Prayer and Remembrance rally held 2 weeks ago, Thursday. She was an RUSD graduate and found me out in the crowd, and of course was very concerned. This rally was held in remembrance of Mr. George Floyd. We understand that and the tragedy. And I believe her name was Christine. And if she's listening, I hope this is correct, but I think we should be impressed too, that one of our graduates has advocacy for equity and equality and aligns with our own plan. So that is one agenda item I'd like to request. And the last one would be later this year, because I'm working with some citizens and another school board member on this, but I would like to have agendized the board's recognition, if the board's approval, to recognize as a district holiday Cedar Chavez birthday, which is on March 31st. This is a national commemorative holiday, first implemented in 2014 of federal offices. It's also a state holiday. State offices and the county and city of Riverside all have this day as a holiday. I know that if the board approves it, it would be to direct staff in the next bargaining discussions with the Riverside Teachers Association and the California School Employees, our local group, have to have that approved, excuse me, but it's timely that we do this, and I would appreciate that, Mrs. Alavi.
All right, thank you very much for adding those two things. Mr. Lee, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I was gonna mention what Tom Hunt said too, and what Dr. Farouk had mentioned in his opening comments. I mean, it's something that I know we haven't looked at since I've been on the board. So just to be more familiar with what that contract looks like and what that policy looks like, just so we're all familiar with it. And then I just wanted to also just mention my gratitude to Lynn Carmen Day for her work to advance RUSD and our mission. We're going to miss her a lot, but I'm really grateful that she has an opportunity to serve the students of Upland and lead that district. So thank you, Lynn, for serving RUSD, for being a good friend to this board, and to make our students a little bit better. And then two, I just want to make sure Mrs. Alvey didn't give me any compliments on my virtual background. This was a nod. This was what we miss when we have a COVID world. We don't have these great art projects that we can go visit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi, for making this happen years past.
Thank you. I did notice. It did not escape my notice. Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to add something for a future agenda topic? Okay, I want to remind everybody, you and the public, that our next July meeting, we're going to be back in person at our regular boardroom at 6735 Magnolia Avenue. That's the Riverside Adult School on Magnolia Avenue, almost on the corner of Central and Magnolia, close to the Dairy Queen, for people who don't know that. And tonight we will adjourn the board meeting in memory of Alice Peterson, who was a teacher for 21 years in RUSD before retiring in 2003. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody.